Howdy, everybody. This is episode 184 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast known across the internet and around the world, or at least we like to think so, as Lookout Sir. My name's Dan, and I'm doing that bit at the start where I take it upon myself because only I may dance. Although not alone, I'm, as ever, joined by the mighty Philip. How you doing, mate? You doing well?
I'm good. I am your dance partner. Grab my hands and follow my leads, Dan, as I'll whisk you off on this wonderful world of Warhammer.
Come with me and your CB world. Whatever that song is.
Yes, a world of Warhammer imagination.
That's it. And what does our wondrous world of Warhammer imagination include on this particular occasion, our 184th instance of Lookout Sir?
We have ripped off that cellophane and dug out another shiny new codex. For this time, Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle. We are talking, and in addition to those lovely ladies, we are having a little thoughts and feelings and chat about the launch of Age of Sigmar 4, because if you're listening to this episode on the day it comes out, it is the launch of Skaventide, so we're going to give our little thoughts and talks about AOS 4.
Indeed. Relatively ill-informed as we are at the time of recording, because
we're not one of those influencers.
We're not one of those influencers. Goodness no. But what we are, Phil, is a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello, Dad.
What are you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
All right, Phil, this week's 5-star review, where has it come from?
Oh, God. Audible, UK.
I mean, it has come from the UK, but not via Audible. It is Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. We do well, Phil, in the Britons.
I should just be a broken clock, so I strike correct twice a day, because I thought if I stick with that, it's the boring answer, but eventually I'll be right, and I should have done it.
There's just no method to your madness, Phil. You've just let the powers of chaos overcome you.
I know, yes. I should try mind reading.
You should try mind reading. Why haven't you done that? If you've got that power this whole time, just do it.
I'll just keep forgetting. It's just in my back pocket.
That's fair. That's the difficult thing with mind reading. It's always difficult to remember that you have it, you know?
Exactly. It's mind reading with very poor memory.
That's it. Well, understandable, you know, when you've got to retain and, you know, kind of gather all of the, sentient thoughts of all things around you at all times. It's probably quite difficult to kind of drown that out, you know?
Exactly.
Given also that there's a relative distance between us right now, not, kind of emotionally. I feel like, we're bonded strongly from that perspective, but just, distance.
Exactly. I can read you through the waves of the internet.
Exactly, via my 2-dimensional form made manifest on your screen. Right, this review comes by way of an individual called 41st Millennium Dave. The 41st Millennium Dave. And they've left us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts of Great Britain, which is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. If you would like to be so fortunate as to appear in the 5-star review segment, we encourage you to leave us a 5-star review. For context, Dave here left us this review in response to episode 164. So, only 20 episodes between him leaving this review and it appearing on the pod. So, imagine you could be listening to episode 204 and hearing yourself. Imagine.
Which is probably a year away?
Probably, yeah. But, imagine how amazing that would feel. I couldn't even begin to fathom. So, why not be like Dave and leave us a 5-star review in places where 5-star reviews can be left. Additionally, if you are able to do so, and we really appreciate everyone who is, please consider supporting us on Patreon. We are having, discussions at the moment, myself and Phil, about how we're going to mix things up going forwards. We're definitely trying to deal with the kind of summer period, as well as also just kind of changes in circumstances to, manage the workflow and ensure that we're still able to deliver the podcast to everyone on a fortnightly basis. So we're looking at that, but we are also considering options around Patreon to kind of add additional layers of support and to show our appreciation to those patrons. So, I definitely want to do more in that space to really, meaningfully show our recognition and appreciation, because we do really meaningfully appreciate everyone out there who's supporting the podcast. We're just very, very, very poorly organized when it comes to kind of expressing that. But myself and Phil, it's fair to say, have had lots of conversations about how we can be doing more in that and how much we want to try and reconnect with, the people who listen to and support the pod. So, yeah, if you're able to be amongst those, we encourage you to do so. But at the end of the day, it's not necessary. We just really appreciate you listening. But if you are able to chuck us a couple of quids, it's really great. Phil, I mentioned that we had lots of conversations there. Did you want to expand on anything, or you're just going to basically be like, yes?
Yes.
There we go. And also there's merchandise. I hung out with Lee from Rev Level a couple of weekends ago, Phil. We went up to a festival in Manchester, had a great time. I spent a bit of the weekend with Lee from Rev Level, who does our merchandise. He's a top geezer. Enjoyed some music while moshing about, as some of you may have seen on my Instagram. What a good time that was, eh?
Oh, well, I'm sure it was, but I wasn't there, so I can't possibly say.
Well, there you go. You were always invited, Phil. You just didn't, take up the call to arms.
Didn't actually get the invite.
Well, no, but it's always implied, Phil. There's never a set circumstances where you couldn't just appear.
Well, obviously, I am a mind reader, so I should be able to know when you're off to these things and just come along and show up to them.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's perfectly accurate. You are correct, Dan.
Well, indeed. I'm off to another one this weekend, Phil. You're welcome to join me.
See, yeah, before I was going to be like, it's really, Dan's just too busy going to festivals, and you're proving me correct too.
Well, that is potentially true. I got this one, and then I got a Wingfest. Wingfest is coming up.
I know. Interesting.
Indeed. Anyway, all that being equal, let's talk about this 5-star review that comes via way of 41st Millennium Dave. I'm only leaving this review to force the show to continue. 5 stars. Wonderful stuff. 5 stars from Dave. I've been listening to Dan and Phil wax lyrical about many aspects of 40k, now with added Age of Sigmar content, codex and faction reviews, lore discussions, as well as roundups of any tournaments and casual gamings they have played. Episode 164 gives a nice introduction to newbies like myself wanting to dip their toe in the mortal realms. If you would like to inspect my Instagram account... Oh, God, there's an Instagram account, Phil! Oh, I thought we were done for the evening. Oh, Dave.
Oh, we've only just begun.
Oh, Dave, why? Anyway, I'm very excited to see it, to be fair. Anyway, let's carry on. If you would like to inspect my Instagram account, you can find me at 41st Millennium. Boosh. Lastly, I'd just like to state my absolute favourite part of every single episodes are transitional noise. Keep up the great work. Thanks, Dave. Well, thank you, Dave. You're a lovely fella. I appreciate you enjoyed the transitional noise. I appreciate that you left us a 5-star review in order to maintain and keep the lights burning. It means a lot to us. And we're obviously now going to take it upon ourselves to go and check out your Instagram account and wax lyrical about all the lovely stuff we hope to find there, assuming it is still active and assuming it is safe for work, so to speak. But yeah, to elaborate on all of that, here's Philip.
Well done, Dave. You got the memo. We will now contractually be obliged to carry on the show forevermore, or at least for one more episode. But yes, thank you. Glad you also love the transitional noise. It is by far my best bit. It's exactly why I keep telling Dan we should get rid of the 5-star intro and just have another transitional noise in there, because wouldn't that be fun? But he keeps saying no. But thank you very much. Looking forward to checking out your Instagram, and glad you enjoyed our little Mortal Realms chats many a year ago.
Transitional noise. Wow! Howdy and welcome, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we are going to be talking about Codex Adeptus Sororitas. But what are the Adeptus Sororitas, Phil? I have never heard of them.
Well, they are the faction to pick if you like your gym muscle mummies in giant suits of armour.
I am a fond fan of gym muscle mummies. And I quite like all of the kind of kinky undertones as well. I can't lie.
I'm not surprised, Dan. I'm not surprised. But on a more serious note, who are they? They are the Army of Faith, ultimately, I guess, led by the Adeptus Ministorum. They are the military arm of them, and via a loophole from many years in between Warhammer 40k and Warhammer 30k, after there was a certain uprising, men were not allowed to bear arms under the banner of the Ministorum. And the loophole is, it's like, well, these aren't men. These are ladies. So it's totally allowed. And it has been stuck with us ever since. And, yes, this is the not 100% female-only faction, because there's a couple of men tucked away in the penitent engines and the priesthoods and stuff like that. So it's
and
it's
some of those
99%
as well. They could be young boys, couldn't they? The babies.
Oh, the cherubs, yes, but
the cherubs, yes.
I assume haven't they been changed so they're not actual dead babies? They are sort of that grown to just look like dead babies with wings. They're like a specific thing now, I think.
I didn't think they were dead before. I thought they were just kind of like... although I suppose, how do they maintain that kind of perpetual status if they're not dead, I guess?
Because they're
like... Is that what the cherubs are? They're like taxidermied babies?
I always assumed they were like servo skulls with dead baby bodies and wings attached to them to an extent.
So taxidermy babies?
Because they've got servo skull heads.
Really...
They've got skull heads.
They do have skull heads, which, makes it all better, doesn't it? Because obviously if you put like an adorable little baby face on them, it would be like that one that was accompanying the old firstborn librarian kit back in the day. Give you the bad heebie-jeebies. But, although maybe some of these babies have faces. What do you think the deal is with that? And why do you feel like that, how did that carry on being the thing that they do? Yeah,
I reckon it's just, an ode to John Blanche and his musings from long ago.
Exactly. Harmless fun, I would say. Harmless fun. Or maybe not. Who knows? It is 40k, isn't it? The grim dark of the 41st millennium. I'll tell you what strikes me, Phil, beyond, the whatever they are, babies. Cherubs. It strikes me beyond the cherubs. As you kind of reacquaint yourselves with Sisters of Battle, the Adepta Sororitas, you are immediately struck by how beautiful a range this really is. I mean, sincerely, is there an argument that Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, are now probably up there as the nicest range of Warhammer 40,000 miniatures that you can get?
Yes, I think them, Gene Sealer Colts. I mean, and it's not just because those are relatively new ranges with what is now 100% all plastic, all beautiful new models, because actually they have discontinued a couple of units. The Crusaders went, the Death Cult Assassins have definitely gone. They're the only two I can think of off the top of my head, and I assume that is all. But maybe there was another one snuck in there. But those two were old sculpts, like either metal or fine cast. So yes, now we have a completely nice, very pretty range. And yeah, looking through the book, the photos are gorgeous. The miniatures are really great. There's obviously, I think, it wasn't the Canoness, but it's the one with the maul, I think. She's
the Dogmata?
Dogmata, yeah. She's the one I would say dud model in the range.
Awful model.
From a design perspective.
And also, though, Phil, just to say, terrible rules. So, maybe they know.
Oh, maybe. Well, maybe we can discuss that in the rules portion. I mean, the Celestine or Celestian Sacrosancts aren't necessarily my favourite. As you call it, the boogie boards. The shields just have a bit of an odd design to them. Like, I guess they're sort of coffin-shaped, but they're almost baby coffin-shaped, if anything, for the cherubs. Like, they're too small for the humans.
I worry that we've really sort of gone far too far down that theme already, but I respect that we're going to continue throwing in the reference. I mean, we didn't create this, did we? I mean, at the end of the day, we're simply commenting on what's been put in front of us, right?
Yeah, that is our legal defence, yes.
That is our legal defence. We're sticking to it. It's fine. They also have probably one of the greatest miniatures in all of Warhammer 40,000. I would say probably... I know we're going to agree on this statement anyway. I know we're going to agree, which is one of the greatest miniature in Warhammer 40,000.
Agatha Dolan.
What do you think it is? Absolutely, the greatest Warhammer 40,000 miniature. 100%. 100%.
That was my joke answer, Agatha Dolan, though she is one of my favourite minis, and I still need to grab hold of her for my...
She is the best Warhammer 40,000 miniature, by far.
I thought you were going to say the Triumph of St. Catherine, which is arguably a phenomenal model.
That's not even a model, that's a diorama, that's something else entirely, right?
But it is, and that is why it is impressive. It was sort of the first of its kind of the modern iteration of Games Workshop's design that led the way for other things like the Lord of Silence, the Necron Lord, the Silent King.
Oh yes, yeah,
stuff like that. So but yeah, Agatha.
It was a continuation of they did one, didn't they? In Age of Sigmar, they did what's his face from the Ozark Bowman,
yes,
matey boy on the chair.
Yeah, Kratos, I think.
No, it's not Kratos. It's not Kratos. It doesn't matter. Whatever the name is, it doesn't matter. People here don't care about Age of Sigmar.
They do, Dan. They do.
But no, I genuinely think that Agatha probably is the best Warhammer 40,000 miniature because she sort of beautifully distilled.
Understated.
Yeah, it's understated, but it also has so many amazing little details. It's undeniably 40k. It really is kind of like the intellectual property of Warhammer 40,000 personified in one miniature. It's fantastic. It kind of speaks to the kind of necrotic, kind of aging, bureaucratic stupidity of the Imperium.
I mean, she should be retired by now, but they're trotting her out to earn her pension, I think, is what's going on here.
Mate, honestly. And I mean, respectable profile for her as well. I mean, movement 6, toughness 3. She's a tough old girl. Save 6+.
For 3 wounds. 3 wounds. She is super tough.
Yeah, she's not quite as brave, leadership 7, and, only an OC 1, but fair play to her, right? I mean, the old girl's doing all right for herself there.
Exactly, and the staff isn't too shabby. Was it 3 attacks, hitting on 4, strength 4?
Oh, so strength 4.
She hits harder than a guardsman, and no AP, 1 damage. Because I think if I remember rightly, their abilities are quite good. So obviously that she is accompanied by her Lord Bannerbearer, Astrid Thurger. Not that the accompanying is happening the other way around. So there's the auto tapestry of the Emperor's Judgment. While this unit is leading a unit that contains Astrid Thurger model. Weapons equipped with this model have a devastating wounds ability. Don't worry, there isn't really any anti-infantry or anti-whatever in this codex to make use of that bar. The odd, I think, combi bolter. So it's like that it's always good, but it's not like a broken combo that you can plug in. And then there's recount of the deeds of the saints, which is while this unit is leading a unit and contains Agatha, who we really care about, each time a unit destroys an enemy unit, you gain 1 miracle dice. When that Agatha model is destroyed, you gain D3 miracle dice. So she is got miracle dice coming out of her pockets.
Well, this is the thing. When she dies, everyone in the Sisters' army understands how significant she is, and they martyr for her in a way that is unseen in other circumstances, because they know that Agatha is the real deal.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I mean, I have to say, we've sort of skipped over the cover and the overall
we'll do all that in a second.
Components. But yeah, Miracle Dice is obviously the core army mechanics, which we dig into in a bit. So it's cool that there are actually lots of characters that manipulate the Miracle Dice mechanic in some way or another, which is really good to see. And we can discuss that when we get around to the rules. But yeah, stunning mini. Obviously, Astrid Thurga's pretty cool as well, but not as cool as Agatha.
No. I think Agatha's, sincerely, and again, I'm not even doing it as a joke bit. I think Agatha genuinely is probably one of the best Warhammer 40,000 miniatures ever.
It was Agatha all along.
It was all along looming. What else was I going to say? Yeah, I'd probably say her. I really like Helbrecht still. Helbrecht still holds a special place for me. The High Marshal, he's probably number 2, and then of like other sculpts and things, I don't know. It's hard to really kind of single out another one after that, really. But I know there are some stuff there, but no.
No,
but yes,
the other nice motif within the army, other than the baby cherubs, is actually the John Woo doves. I really like that as a nice thematic element, which I think they've done to sort of, maybe replace some of those cherubs, but also add a little something to the bases, a bit of movement where there otherwise wouldn't be. So I like that. It's a nice little touch.
Yeah, the dove element of it, the dove from above, is it's good to see. And again, like there is some beautiful artwork in this book as well, some really nice stuff. There's a character referenced very early on in the book that I was intrigued to see, because they've got a section, Phil, a section. So if you go to page, where is it now? Oh, all at once I've lost my place. Oh, dear God, listeners, I apologise profusely. Here it is, old Ethereal Stern on page 28, Phil.
Hold on, I'm nearly there. So it says so she wasn't she the comic book character? Isn't that where she initially came from? It was an Ethereal Stern.
Oh, she's the Demonofuge.
Yes, yeah. That hangs out with
it makes more sense.
Why were you saying there's a character without a model?
I didn't know, but I just thought, here's the thing though, right? That artwork, beautiful. The Demonofuge model, silly. Isn't it?
Oh, I liked the
Demonofuge too, but like it's I don't know. Like if you give me something like that, I mean that's a really beautiful silhouette, really kind of dour. I don't know. There's something quite beautiful about that piece. I think that's really it's really something.
Well, it is the polar opposite because it's very stoic, sort of still, sort of foreboding, whereas the actual Demonofuge mini is screaming, herring down into life from above, the literal dove from above, the dove from hell from above. But that's sort of what I like about that model. That's why I converted it into a vampire character for more time, because it was such a base kind of frame to work from.
Putting that cape together was a bit of a weird one, though. I had to do that weird, like, sprue gunk thing to kind of, like, do the whole...
Oh, yes. I think it's got a few joins on it from what I remember. Yeah.
But, no, I mean, again, on the whole, some really, really beautiful artwork throughout. Sisters really do personify a lot of the kind of core concepts of 40k, and I think, in a way... What I love about Sisters and why I feel have a greater deal of respect for them than the kind of modified Marine range is that Sisters still kind of hold true to some of the original concepts, where I feel like with Space Marines, they've kind of moved away from all the kind of gothic awesomeness that kind of makes them who they are in favor of being super duper sci-fi soldiers now.
Yes. They don't have the grim dark in the same way. And I didn't mind it for, say, the generic Primaris range. Personally, like a lot of the Phobos stuff is a bit too heavy, leaning into that sort of modern militaristic, military hardware kind of get up with, you've got your optics and your scopes and your tactical targeters for your tanks and stuff like that. Whereas this is much more like, we've got our guns, we've got flamers, and we've got some parchment strapped to us via candle wax, and that is all we're going in with. Oh, and we got these dead babies behind us. Like, that's it. This is more pure
driving us to great success.
Essence, yeah. So I do feel like the Primaris range as a whole has moved away from that much more gothic aesthetic and putting it back. And I think they have added that on with some of the more recent models. I think the Blade Guard and onwards, and the Stern Guard have sort of
but
pushed it in that direction a touch, but not by much.
I would argue, though, that the problem I have majoritively with the Primaris range is the fact that everything looks too functional, i.e. everyone is geared up with appropriate armaments to fulfill their function, whereas Space Marines of old were just these really like blunt force trauma objects. They were just these bulks of armor that weren't really perfectly well equipped for the job at hand, but they just toughed it out. The idea always was that they were just, again, just like a brick for a window, as it were, whereas nowadays they're wearing ghillie suits and going around with spectacles and using sniper rifles in clever ways. And I don't know, to me, it's like, I kind of preferred Space Marines when they weren't so militaristic. They were just monstrous.
Yeah, in a way, that is their scariness is the fact that they only need their suit of armor and a bolter.
Yes.
It's like they don't need sniper rifles. They don't need heavier weapons. It's like, yes, there was the Devastator squad of old, but like that was it. It's like the majority of them is like, we just got bolters. And do you know why? Because that's all we need. Because that is goddamn good. Yeah. Like in a way that made them more scary, I think, and more intimidating. Whereas now, they just kitted up to the nines, and obviously that's the direction they're going to go in to separate them more from Chaos Space Marines and the rest of the Imperium range. And
but it also makes them more appealing as well, though, right? Because a lot of people will be playing video games based on various FPSs and first-person shooters, etc. And you'll want those kind of tactical elements, dripping on your characters because it's things you identify with or recognize and enjoy. But again, like I say, what I like about the Sisters is they're very true to the concept of what Sisters are. They haven't taken them and turned them into, like they're not wearing ghillie suits or having different types of armor with different types of thing. It's very
I mean, even the more modern, like the battle suits that they've added in as quite recent additions, that's still quite, even though that's probably the furthest removed from as a concept from what they were, it's still quite in keeping, I would say, with the overall range. It's not like it's not too crazy.
I don't disagree, and I think the thing is again, their range can support and sustain that level of absurdity because it's kind of established that that's the kind of mad thing that they would do, right? Like, and again, you can imagine the idea of the kind of escalating tensions, the absurdity of kind of warfare conducted by these guys, and essentially getting to a point where they're like, I know what we're going to do. We're going to turn up in massive mech suits. It's like, yeah, sure. Why wouldn't we? And this is an army that make a habit of strapping, tortured individuals to the front of mechs and hoping for the best, right? So, I feel like it's not woefully out of step with what they had already established. Although, the penitent engines, in a way, I kind of felt like maybe we could have just lent into maybe more variants of that rather than the nundums as they call them. But
yeah. So obviously we got is it Mortifactors, which is the sort of shooty equivalent of the penitent engine, which I do like. I like the look of that, and as you say, I think having just more of that variety or leaning more into that aspect of the army, which I'll explain in a second, would be better than, as you say, a more Walker-esque with the sisters, because actually that sort of takes away what the penitent engine was, as these big, the war machines are the penitent side. So actually, to explain for people that might not know, you've got these two aspects. You've got the sisters themselves, which is very militaristic order, and then or I think it's called the penitent under the keyword penitent, which is the ministorum aspect, which is basically your priests, your penitent engines, your archoflagellants, which are these sort of, I think they're meant to be prisoners that are like mind warped, and basically they get pushed through with loads of drugs, and they've got these little sort of mind control skull helmets on, and they just get sent off, and they've got basically flailing whips for arms, and they just go off and attack people in this kind of complete mad frenzy. And that was a unit first created for the Inquisitor game, and some of the others were, like the Crusaders were originally created for the Inquisitor game, along with the Death Korps Assassins, I believe. And so you had all this other aspect to the army, which has now been toned down slightly. So obviously, weirdly, you've got the Repentia squads, which sort of fall into that category. They're still led by a sister, but I think they're meant to be like sisters that have done something wrong, and that they're there to literally repent. So I would like to see more of that kind of the weird priesthood side of the army.
Want more of that kinky stuff in there?
A little bit. Well, yeah, the Death Korps Assassins I thought were really cool, although I suspect they might be... And the Crusader squad I really liked, but again, that felt a bit redundant now, because obviously you got that other squad with the shield. So maybe those two ones that have been discontinued we'll see again in more of an Inquisition, in more of an Inquisition sort of faction or sense, because actually I always like taking those things. I always love the idea of those units literally for Inquisitors, because they're meant to be like these cool custom bodyguards that you could take with your Inquisitors. So if we see a resurgence of them or resurface at some later point, that would be really fantastic. But I guess in the time being, it's a bit of a sad loss that we don't have them in the game anymore. Noting that obviously the Crusader squad also used to be in the Guard army, and that disappeared as well.
R.I.P. Where'd you sit on the Morgan or Morven Val side of things? You into it? Do you feel like it's needed?
I sort of get the point of it. Every army's got to have...
Morven Val, in my opinion, is better than Solar, the Guard guy. The Guard guy feels weirdly kind of at odds with the kind of core concept of what I would assert Guard are on the battlefield. Like, I don't really like the idea of the Lord Solar. And again, noting that there's been Lord Solar models for a very long time, but it just sort of never really fit the idea. Like, I mean, maybe in certain scenarios, if you're playing very narrative games where, you know, da-da-da has come to terror, or this is like a last-ditch defense, or some very important defensive situation where they've pushed all the way to his doorstep and he's marched out to lead his forces. So I suppose having the option to take him in that context makes sense, and I guess by extension, you know, why can't you use them in games now? Because nowadays we've got Primarchs and all sorts of stuff. But I don't know, like, it's weird. Morven Val, a couple of, because this is the third Sisters book since the refresh, right? We had the 8th edition Sisters book, the 9th edition, and now this, the 10th edition. I feel like over that time, I think they've done a better job. Well, because Morven Val was only introduced in the 9th edition book. But yeah, I feel like they've sort of refined her to a point now where her place is more well-deserved. She's, even though she is a High Lord of Terror, she's kind of there through her accolades and abilities. She's not kind of politicked her way into it in the way that some of the other more subvertive kind of elements have gotten their position, I suppose.
Yeah, because, well, she was effectively given the position because people thought she would be a puppet for them to control from the intro narrative, I remember. But then she's such a strong-willed character of her own right. She's like, nope, I'm doing my own thing, and we're off to war, everyone. Strap in to these lovely war suits that we now have. So yeah, the war suits look good alongside her as a sort of a bodyguard unit because they fit in thematically. Her being the only war suit would also be totally fine. I think when it came out, I quite liked the model. I think there were reservations like, I didn't necessarily understand the lore all that much because there was literally like a paragraph, which is what I've just explained. And I'd love to see more of that. And in this time, I personally haven't consumed any more lore about sisters or in relation to her, but I do feel like, as you say, she sort of earned her place within the setting.
Yeah.
She feels quite a part. She feels quite suitably fitting in with the army. And as you say, like, these are super rare characters. They are the Primarchs. They are the Silent King type models that will be, a 1 in a million on the battlefield, but that's what they're there to represent. And the Lord Solar is that as well. I'm not a huge fan of the model. And it's weird, as you say, the concept of the Lord Solar on the battlefield might be a bit silly, but we had the old Solar Macarius model that even I had back in the day of like 2nd edition. And I really love that mini. And he's great if you want to represent, as you say, like a large battle or an apocalypse, or you've got, loads of regiments all together and he's united them and they're doing some form of battle. But yeah, I don't know if it's just the fact that he's on a horse and he's not just on foot. I would have preferred a sort of Triumph of St. Catherine style mini for him where he's just on the ground with a bunch of advisors. The whole, Gene Stealer cult, like hollow table sort of style, I think would have worked quite well for him. But I get that they wanted this like Napoleonic reference of him on a horseback. So I do get it. I'm just not a huge fan of it still to this day. And even as they still don't know much about him in the lore because they don't really seem to describe much with him. So that's me just being nitpicky about that character. But I think Morgan Van Vale, I don't know if it's because I don't play sisters, but I like her a lot more as a model and a character.
I think she's earned her place a lot more, and they've done more with her. There's been, Black Library books. They've fleshed her out a lot more over the time that she's been around, which I think is a good thing. And I think, again, given her background, it just feels like, they've kind of developed her into such a way that she feels more like she earned it. I felt like my original issue with her in 9th edition is she had stats and power level comparable, if not superior, to Guilliman, for example. And that confused me at the start because I was very much like, well, you're talking about characters and warriors that have kind of earned their reputation in legend because they've been well established within the lore. And, Morgan Vale coming in and being like, I'm as good as a Primarch. It's like, but are you really? What? Like, where's that?
Well, I think it's a who are you type situation.
Yeah, exactly. It was the same when they introduced Belisarius Cool, various other things, Vashtor recently. It's like, well, who is this guy? And
at least with Vashtor, you had effectively a whole like story arc built around him as a character and a protagonist. So I think they did a really good job of introducing him as a.
I don't know if they did. I feel like they I feel like Vashtor to me has been massively diminished by his introduction.
Well, I would say he was massively diminished by his damp squid of rules that came with him because, he's such a cool model and then he had a cool sort of story behind him teaming up with Abaddon. But like his rules were just always a bit average, it seemed. So
it was rough. Talking about the Codex cover, this is the Codex cover from 8th edition, right? This is the old artwork they had back in 8th, I want to say. Regardless, like it's really strong. To be fair, the silhouette and design of the sisters is extraordinarily good. The figure holding the central space is very, very, kind of noble in stature, very powerful, really beautifully kind of designed features, etc. Like just everything about the figure is really awesome, and there's lots of really great detail. The two characters in the foreground let it down a little bit. So the two extra sisters, specifically lady on the left with the two eyebrow piercings, she just sort of looks like she's having a very weird experience at the moment. She's definitely connecting with that. The Emperor's grace and goodwill is upon her this day, it seems. But otherwise, I just, overall it's fine. I think of the options within 10th edition Codex covers, this is pretty reasonable, I'd say. It may even be one of the best ones they've done, potentially. But yeah,
what are you on, Dan? That is.
I think it is, though.
Incorrect.
I think it is but I think it speaks more to the strength of the sisters as a range and as a kind of iconic piece of 40k-ness, I suppose. I don't know. What's our number one 40k 10th edition cover at the minute? Is it Custodes? No, it wouldn't be Custodes. Custodes was pretty good.
You're not probably going to like my answer.
Tell me your answer.
It's the Gene Stealer Cult one.
Well, you're just entirely wrong, Phil.
It's really grown on me.
How has it grown on you?
It's been sat on my. It's really action packed. It's dynamic. The model, the character takes up the frame. Well, he's like sort of walking towards you, got like a menacing pose. He takes up the full frame of the Codex. Now, my criticisms of this one before you
tell me.
Debate me. So I do think the artwork in and of itself is great. I just don't think it's a good Codex cover.
Okay.
As you say, the two models in the foreground sort of soak up too much of the attention. The character is very small and static within the overall frame of the book. There's basically too much space to the left and right. Now, what I would suggest is you just take this artwork, you punch in, using a technical designer term that only idiots use. You punch in, you basically zoom in on basically her, you remove the two below. So basically, if the image was from, the brazier above her to like her knees, for example, so she's actually taking up much more of the frame, I think that would be just a stronger image overall. Or you just have something where it's too static a pose, I think, for the size that it is within the frame and the framing of the two people at the bottom. I don't think it works as a Codex cover, whereas the Gene Stealer Cult one fits the format of, 6th, 7th edition kind of style character codexes where it's like single person doing a cool action pose, fills up the frame, lots of, animated movement within it. And, I know you absolutely hate the Gene Stealer Codex, but
not the Codex, the cover.
Not the cover, the cover artwork. I know you really hate it, but the more I look at it, the more I go, oh God, it's really good. It's just really good. And also, and I think the reason why the old Adeptus Mechanicus... Oh no, the Adeptus Mechanicus one stay, or did it change?
Adeptus Mechanicus is the same as it was before, except they made it worse.
Okay, yeah, because I was thinking maybe they got rid of the Gene Stealer Cult one because that model doesn't exist, whereas the new one is a model that you can go and buy. If the Adeptus Mechanicus one they had changed for something else, because actually that, as much as it's such a great character, it's like it's not a model you can actually buy. So the Gene Stealer Cult one, if you go into a store, you go, I like this book, you go, oh, I really like characters, like, cool, you can buy that model. It's a really cool model. That's the strengths to what that artwork does, basically. It ties it all in, not just to being a cool image, but it's a model you can buy and play on the tabletop.
Yeah, and look, I mean, at the end of the day, the artwork that they did for GSE in 9th edition is one of the greatest pieces of Warhammer artwork of recent memory. Oh, you were saying?
Yeah. No. Well, I was going to say it's a fantastic, phenomenal piece of artwork. But I think if you think about it, it's actually a poor Codex cover. And that's there's a nuance to it.
I disagree because
that's why.
For me, I want to be excited about and drawn into the kind of evocative idea of what this represents. And I felt like that old artwork was just so dripping in character, personality, uniqueness. Like it was
it
so
totally
lovely.
was, but it doesn't represent anything in the book that you can actually play with.
No, that's not true. It had loads of Gene Stealers on the cover. Well, loads of Gene Stealer cultists, lots of hybrids.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going back to the Adeptus Mechanicus one.
Oh no, the Adeptus Mechanicus one was also stunning, and they're still using that Codex art. They've just made it worse by putting a weird blue background on it and taking away from some of the more kind of dark Gothic elements of it. But no, when I look at all the Codex covers, I'd probably say my number one so far for this edition, I hate saying it because it's a really, I mean, it's not strong at all, but it's Tau, isn't it? The Tau covers still, and again, I feel like that's old artwork again, probably. Chaos Space Marines.
I thought that was
maybe
new
Tau is
artwork.
new. Maybe Tau is new, but maybe Tau's front runner of Codex covers so far. But no.
Well, let's have a quick look through
all the old Tau artwork.
No, sorry, I was going to have a quick look through the codexes just to see. I mean, Tau's quite strong. I actually really like the Adeptus Custodes one because
the
it was
Custodes
fresh
up there.
artwork.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. I mean, Orcs isn't bad either.
That's all right.
Again, I would say I would put Necrons into that, classic single person hero
Necron's okay.
artwork. Tyrannid's similar but not as good.
Basically, most of them are okay except for GSC, which is terrible. That's basically where we're at with that. And we both agree with that, really. This just feels, trying to be controversial.
No, I'm honestly, I'm really...
No.
When
Everyone
I first saw
knows
it,
you're
I
just
was
doing it
like...
to wind me up. That's all it is.
No, I'm not. It's phenomenal. Let us know down in the comments.
Phenomenal?
Again, wherever comments may be, go find it and let us know.
Well, anyway,
we're going to do a poll on Instagram. I'll do one this weekend.
Do an Instagram
so
poll.
the voters can vote on the best Codex cover so far, and also is the Gene Stealer Cult Codex cover a hit or not? Does it steal your genes?
Does it steal your genes? Indeed. Will you worship the many-armed god? It just looks terrible. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
It looks like someone's done a render of like an old Star Trek villain.
I mean, in a way, that sounds great.
Oh, that sounds... Well, it's fine, but it's like, oh, God. I mean, even the weapon they gave it, I mean, like, what an awful little diddy, needly... It's awful.
It's Gene Stealer Cult. They're literally miners.
So they got needle pistols everywhere, have they, in the mines?
Yeah, needle pistol, common weapon of the Imperium.
My goodness. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Well, I have bought it. It's over there. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Right. So look, all that fluff out of the way. We may as well talk rules. We've done a little bit of it so far. Adepta Sororitas, it's fair to say, have had a good start in their introduction into 10th edition. They've won some events in the 3-4 weeks since they've existed, which is no great surprise because when you read through this book, you do realise that there is an awful lot of strong options and some very interesting things. I will say from the outset, Phil, because both you and I in our kind of preamble kind of initial research around the book were both very high on Repentia because they just seem very strong. But I've noticed as I've sort of spent some time looking into what's performing and the general consensus amongst Sisters players, Repentia just aren't getting it done, apparently. Apparently the 18 points per model is making them a bitter pill to swallow, apparently.
Oh, I mean, it is the thing. I looked at them again today. Are we going to dive into their rules now?
You may as well, yeah. We may as well start with it.
So, Repentia squads, they are, I would say 10-man squad, 10-lady squad. Movement 7, uncharacteristically fast for humans. Toughness 3, a 3-up save for the Repentia superior, but everyone else is a 7-up save. But that doesn't matter because they've actually got a 6-up invuln save. And I'll say this now. The whole army has invuln saves for days. So most of the generic units have a 6-up invuln save. I think some even maybe have a 5-up hidden away somewhere. But most of the characters have a 4 or 5-up save. And yeah, things like the Celestine Sacrosanct I can see on the other page also have a 4-up save because of their funny shaped shields, the coffin shields. Going back to Repentia though, 1 wound, leadership 7 for the superior, 8 for the rest of the squad, and they're 1 OC each. They are all armed with the Penitent Eviscerators and then the Sister Superior, Repentia Superior's bolt pistol, and Neuro Whip. You all know what a bolt pistol is, so I won't read that out. But the Neuro Whip is anti-infantry 4+. Combos with those devastating wounds if you can get them from Agatha or Agatha's lady friend, which is 4 attacks, hitting on 3s, strength 3, -1, 1 damage. And then this is what you really care about, the Penitent Eviscerator. So it's a chainsword with sustained hits 1, which isn't bad, 2 attacks, hitting on 4s, strength 6, -2 AP and 2 damage. So good enough to kill a Space Marine. But what you really get... Oh, geez, they've got a Feel No Pain of 5+ as well. I didn't realise that. I'd only just seen that. They can do Acts of Faith, which at some point we get around to explaining. And then they've got Overseer of Redemption. So while this unit contains a Repentia Superior model, noting that that is the leader to this model, like, you get it as part of a squad, and you can always select how these models die. So it will always be alive. So if you have one of them, each time a Sister Repentia model in this unit makes a melee attack, you can reroll the hit rolls and reroll the wound rolls. So this army hits on 4s, rerolling everything all the time. Is strength 6, so wounding most infantry on 3s, wounding everything all the time, -2 damage. So it should mow through Space Marines 4 days with your... I mean, it is only 2 attacks, but you do get sustained hits 1. And again, you could just be like, oh, whatever, I'll just re-roll everything, because why not? Like, let's fish for those 6s. I feel like it's very strong. Yeah,
Ooh.
You've got only got a 6-up invuln save, so they will just die to anything. Like, bolt of fire will probably murder them. So I feel like they do need to go into a Rhino, which I guess adds to the cost of them to keep them alive. So maybe that's why people aren't taking them.
Yeah, it's just the thing is in the modern game of at least competitive 40k, it's very much about the trade, right? You want to be able to destroy something and have power that removes units, but you also want to have some degree of sustainability to kind of hold that position, because obviously once you've played your hand and you've gone into something, you effectively then will be dealt with accordingly. And when you're a unit that doesn't have that level of sustainability, it's very difficult for you to trade effectively. And when you're quite an expensive unit, which is the general consensus, they're quite expensive in 40k terms, the trades just don't become worth it, because you can generate similar, if not superior, damage from other places and get it at a cheaper cost. And it is maybe a little less necessary to kind of, navigate and move to sort of get those results. So, yeah, look, for me, I really like Repentia when I read them. I think they were immediately like a standout unit. But I spent a little bit more time diving into it. It seems like they're maybe not the secret source of the army, but who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, things are evolving, changing all the time. Maybe, a couple of points off them, you take them down to like 16 points a model. Maybe they're more compelling, or maybe even 15 points a model. But, look, I think the thing is when you're 1 wound with a 6-up invuln and a 5-up Feel No Pain, you become very susceptible to, a unit with a few flamers is going to give you a real hard time, especially at toughness 3. Like if you're charging into something that overwatches you and you lose, I don't know, you get 3 or 4 minutes.
But I think you would know not to charge them into those things, or you have something else. You charge the Rhino in first to take the hit, then you charge these guys in.
There you go, the classic strategy. But except the problem is, Phil, the Rhino doesn't go through the wall, does it?
Well, you play around the walls or just have less ruins. Now, I wish there was a stratagem. I had a quick look. I don't think there is, where you can like re-embark onto a Rhino. Like there are some penitent specific stratagems in the effectively penitent host detachment, so you can get like a fallback and charge type thing with them, which is quite strong. But as you say, you need to still be around in your turn to pull off those kind of things. Similar to them is the Archaeoflagellants. They seem pretty cool. They're a bit tougher because they've got 2 wounds. They just don't have... Well, they've got more attacks and they can boost themselves to get hazardous gain the hazardous ability but double their attacks, which is quite cool. But they've got no AP and they're only 1 damage, so they're a lot weaker because they basically have 4 attacks, hitting on 4s, strength 5, AP 0, 1 attack. And again, sustained hits 1. So they seem kind of cool, but they've got, there is only once per game? No, you can do that hazardous thing every time, but you'll just lose lots of them.
Yeah.
I suspect.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think, I think this is the thing that I'm surprised by the sacrosanct as well, if we're just going to quickly focus on some of the melee options, because, again, obviously they're given them the 4-up invuln, which is super valuable, but there's still that 1 wound, and don't get me wrong, like, I'm not opposed to the 1 wound, but it is that thing where it does create an interesting dynamic because it just massively hinders the durability of these units, and I think combat units innately need to have some kind of tradability in them, and they need to be able to take a hit because you have to commit them forwards into your enemy. So you want that durability, and it seems that that's really kind of falling down. And then when you look at the kind of melee profiles that they're playing with, the hallowed mace, etc. You got your 3 attacks, you're hitting on 3s, your strength 4, your -1, your 2 damage. It's fine, but I don't know. I don't know if it's setting the world on fire in terms of overall functionality.
It's true. The one thing that actually makes them quite good is their Swarm Protector's ability. So while an Adepta Sororitas character is leading the unit, each attack that targets that unit subtract 1 from the wound roll.
Which is very strong.
So actually, that I think they are in toughness 3, so most people going to be
most people are now winning them on 4s, which is really
4s or 3s. So if you're knocking that down to a 4 or 5, that's better. I mean, that's not nothing. That's they say it's 33%, increase. So that's pretty good. And obviously, whatever character you're going to add in there is going to buff them as well. Whether that's the Agatha and a friend with the devastating wounds or something else. What I do find quite interesting actually is overall on the characters, you have things like the Triumphant of St. Catherine, and you have Junif Rita, who's in that massive sort of podium. The pulpits, the floating pulpit, like those things can actually join units. Like you can, the St. Catherine, it's a unit of sisters in and of itself can join, a battle sister squad, which totally makes sense, but it feels just really unnatural from how we played the game in previous editions, especially when these are like big models that feel like they should be standalone pieces and not part of a wider unit. I mean, I guess Lord Solar is the same to an extent. Like they all get to join units to bodyguard for them, right? It just feels a bit odd.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, mate. I think it is a very strange situation, but at the same time, it's the game that they've created at this point in time. Characters are buff pieces. They are intended to join units. That's what they're majoritively there for. Lone ops are relatively limited. There's usually 1 or 2 that you have access to, but it would be,
the Demifuge is one which has lone ops, actually.
Yeah, which is cool, which is really cool. I mean, again, it's good that they've got some access to them, and I think, the Triumph, maybe it makes more sense that the Triumph isn't, a lone op thing, because maybe it would be potentially
because it's got 18 wounds already. It's like it doesn't need it. So it doesn't need. It's not that it doesn't need lone ops. It doesn't need to join another unit. Like
no, that's fair.
It should just be its own. It's pretty much a vehicle with literal legs.
I mean, in melee, look at that, 18 attacks. Although 18 attacks, weapon skill 2, strength 5, -2, 1 damage. It's like, oh. You would have thought, like, with all of that, you could have mustered a little extra damage out of them somewhere, couldn't you?
Yeah, I guess it's like, but they are just like humans. But you could be like, it's relic weapons or something.
Yeah.
Maybe. But I mean, I think 18 attacks is a lot. So I think I don't mind that. That's really good. That's going to kill some Marines, right? Even because -2 AP.
Again, though, we talk
weight of volume.
we talk about it like when you see Marine players that they're not all aggressors and Terminators, etc. That's the thing. It's
well, that's a different problem in and of itself, I guess.
Yeah. If you're playing a nice, fun, casual game with like normal armies, yeah, sure, they're cool, some Space Marines, but not if those Space Marines are aggressors.
True, and obviously there's things like Armor of Contempt floating around in the wild and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, the thing is like an aggressor is T6, right? So like, even with your strength 5, it's like, cool, you're winning it on 5s. Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath in that situation. But that's not the Sisters' playstyle, right? They're not intended to be, even though they have a lot of similar kind of aesthetics in terms of powered armored warriors to Space Marines. They're not that, they're something between a kind of guardsman army and a Space Marine army. They're like the sort of in between space. They're like inquisitorial henchmen or like super elite. Like, yeah,
thinking about it, what I think they're missing is a rabble of like the angry mob of the faithful. So basically, they need cultists, but cultists for the Imperium. And like I said before about how it'd be great to have the more of a penitent aspect, and that is what it would be, because obviously the Sisters are the ones that are doing the rousing speeches or threatening people to rile them up into this zealous fervor. And it's like, yeah, that'd be a good little sort of meat shield for them. I have a bunch of those humans.
I personally don't think that's the direction that they need to take Sisters in. I don't want them to be in a scenario where they've just needlessly got some. Again, I understand that the Imperium of Man is very aware of the cheapness of human life, right? At least in the context of the 41st millennia. But it's that thing where I don't know if it really works archetypically with what they're trying to achieve here. I feel like I think the thing is the problem often is now is like you want to try and express some durability, so you give them the 3+ save and you give them the 6+ invuln. The concern there though is that because now they're 1 wound, they are definitely stronger than guardsmen, but they are obviously significantly less tough than a Space Marine.
Space Marine, yeah.
So which makes sense, which is fine, and obviously the points and things reflect it. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know really, because like Sisters has always been a really weird one, because obviously when they introduced them in 8th edition again and brought them back, their kind of playstyle and their identity was sort of, kind of, I don't know, it wasn't super well defined. And then throughout 9th, they kind of became about loads of annoying kind of like trickiness and fate points, or rather miracle dice and all that kind of stuff. And they had some really interesting gimmicks around like the bodyguard abilities and other stuff like that, which is kind of interesting. Again, it's that thing where it's like, I don't know. Is there an argument the Sisters should have gone up to 2 wounds? Maybe not, but I don't know. That feels like like they do have a durability issue, but then maybe that's compensated for by the points, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I think they fit that ground perfectly. I think if they're 2 wounds, then they are just Space Marines, right? With the exception of the toughness, but I think they're too similar to Space Marines. So I think having high armor, like good armor, but still be 1 wound, still be toughness 3. They are toughness 3, right?
Yeah, they're toughness 3. Yeah.
Agatha does make them, the sweet spot, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think
they need to be tough but weak. They've got tough armor but weak on the inside. They're basically an armadillo, hard on the outside, soft on the inside. That's what you want. That's a reference to Dime Bar Ad. I don't know if you noticed.
I did notice. I was gonna do the terrible. Was it Harry Enfield that did that advert?
No, I don't think it was.
I think it was Harry Enfield actually. Armadillos.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But you are right. When I go back to my idea of the cultists, that you are somewhat correct in terms of the archetype is the humans that they have with them are basically the wrong ones that are paying for their sins. They are not the faithful good of the Imperium, because they're the people that the Sisters are always trying to protect. So actually, it does make sense. But if you were going to say, a rabble of penitent prisoners, I mean, maybe. Maybe. But and again, that's just an archetype that you could play into, but shouldn't necessarily be the core of the army.
Well, you kind of get that with the flagellants and the other things as well, though, right? So there are elements of that are sort of, rippling through it. But again, I think this is the thing. Like right now, the Sisters range is really good. It's got lots of really great stuff in it. Lots of really good options. They've got their heavy weapons teams. They've got their jump pack teams. They've got their standard squads. They've even now, got access to the new
novitiates.
Yeah, the novitiate squad. So the more kind of like junior rank kind of aspirant ones as well, which is really cool. They've got their veteran squads, which is super cool also. So, as a range, it's very well realized now. I'm genuinely very impressed with what they've managed to achieve with Sisters in the last 6 years. Like, it is actually wild to think that, technically actually Sisters, I think, is a range. It's only this range of miniatures is only like 5 years old, right? Like they introduced it at the end of 8th. So that would have been 2019 they came out.
Yeah, with the exception of Celestine that came out at the end of 7th.
True. But
she holds up. She's a great mini.
Oh, exceptional. Like Celestine's probably one of, if not the best miniature to come out of the Gathering Storm. I think the Gathering Storm is, I think, well, I don't know, Celestine or
I liked the Greyfax was pretty good, but a bit understated. Grand, what's his name from the Grey Knights?
Grandmaster, Grey Knight Man, yep.
He was very cool. I think Celestine's probably so iconic. Got played loads in that edition. Obviously, Belisarius is cool as well.
Hey!
Be between those two.
I don't know. I quite liked. For what it's worth, I really liked the Vizark.
Oh, yeah, do you know what? That is a cool model. That is really cool. Yeah, weirdly the best model out of the Ynnari, but the one that no one took.
No, it still never takes now. Like no one ever takes the Vizark. It's an amazing miniature.
But honestly, the best one out of those three.
Yeah, of the three. I mean, I quite liked.
You're
you're right. But we're going to go off on a tangent here, which obviously we already have. But the Vizark was pretty good. Gilliman was the Cypher mini was strong.
Yes, no, true. Cypher was good. Obviously, I guess Abaddon came out then as well.
No, Abaddon was.
Oh no, it came later with Vigilus, didn't it? Yeah, You're right.
Yeah. And that weird period where they had a new ridiculous over-the-top Abaddon model with Abaddon rules that kind of were better suited to his dinky counterpart. It was a very odd time. But they sure showed us now. I mean, goodness gracious, his current, or rather his 9th edition rule set, my God, terrifying. But,
Right, should we get on with the army rules?
Maybe. I mean, we're still in the data sheets, right? I feel like we should just sort of...
I thought okay. You want to carry on with the data sheets?
Well, yeah, I think so. Just because I think like it's sort of like the bedrock of it, and it's interesting just to kind of talk through the options and see what's going on with it. Really, I think. I mean, the new stuff they've added the Canoness with the jump pack. Talking about the miniatures though, like the Canoness with the jump pack to me doesn't quite go far enough to really kind of stand out. But, I'm sure incredibly skilled painters, etc., will do a better job of making it feel more substantial on the tabletop than it looks like in photography. But, the Canoness with jump pack, unsurprisingly, has a move of 12, is toughness 3 up save, 4 up invuln, 3 wounds, which is remarkably bad and less than a regular Canoness. So I'm curious what happened there.
Oh. Hold on. How many wounds does a regular squad have versus the...
the jump pack ones?
Yeah, so the Seraphim have 1 wound.
Correct. The Zephon or whatever it is?
Yeah. So, most of the characters, however, have... Wait, Canoness has 4, Palatine has 4... Astrid has 3, so, Agatha has only 3. Also toughness 3, so I said toughness 4 earlier, I lied.
You were confusing it with the strength.
Yes, the Imaginator is 3, Diagoras is 3. So there are some characters on 3, some on 4, but it is odd that the straight up Canoness versus Canoness with jump pack has got an extra wound. The rest of it, obviously, maybe you've traded that wound for your movement, basically.
Maybe
an extra 6 inches instead. That's the payment of the price.
Well, that's it. I mean, ranged weapon wise, comes with a hand flamer, and that is seemingly it. Melee weapons, you've got some options. You've got the blessed halberd, whatever, the axe thing.
Blessed halberd.
Thank you. I couldn't find my words. 5 attacks, weapon skill 2, strength 5, -2 damage. It's pretty reasonable. Holy Eviscerator with sustained hits 1s, 3 attacks, weapon skill 2 plus strength 6, -2 damage. Seems actually quite promising. And then just your regular power weapon, which is 4 attacks, 2 up weapon skill, strength 4, -2 damage. I think you're probably going to go with the halberd. In most instances,
that's probably the best all-rounder. I guess the Holy Eviscerator makes it easier to wound toughness 3 stuff, like against regular infantry, but it's less attacks. However, the key thing to note is it's got 2 abilities. So one of them is Sacred Command. Once per battle round, you get to do a stratagem for now -1 CP, generic. Boring Games Workshop. The other one, however, is a lot better. So Divine Deliverance. Once per battle at the start of a fight phase, this model can use this ability. If it does, until the end of that phase, add 3 to the attack's characteristic of melee weapons equipped by its model, and those weapons have a devastating wounds ability. So you could argue that the Holy Eviscerator with the sustained hits 1, only being 3 attacks versus the Halberd's 5, but ultimately better strength, is better comboed with the extra 3 attacks. But it is also devastating wounds. So maybe you go, well, I want my halberd, so I've got more dice for those devastating attacks to go through. It's an interesting choice. And I think that's what I like. I don't like there to be one easy option. It's do you want to do the gamble, I think, is the Eviscerator. Is the gamble, whereas the halberds are better all-rounder, I would say. Despite not having that extra strength. And the power weapon, I don't think there's a reason to ever take it, unfortunately.
No, I don't think so either.
I think you would take the Eviscerator over the power weapon any day, because yes, it's 1 less attack, but it's way better strength. Yeah, I mean, that's the real middling option, but I don't think you would take it.
No, well, you definitely, if you're even remotely interested in doing something to be slightly gameplay.
Well, actually, you would. Actually, why would you ever take the? Oh wait, you don't take the power weapon because actually the blessed halberd is stats wise pure better. However, you take the power weapon because it gives you access to the hand flamer. So that's all it does. You can only take the hand flamer with the power weapon. Because all the others, I guess, are like 2-handed. So it depends on if you go, well, I want some extra shooting. So actually, now, again, it's become an interesting choice, which is, well done, Games Workshop, good game design. So that's the stuff I like. I like where everything has its sort of place, and depending on your play style, you'll be like, well, this is a better option, but someone else will come in with their own play style and think another option's better.
Yeah, I think having access to the hand flamer, I suppose, is a reasonable reason to take it. But I feel like the hand flamer probably isn't enough of a reason to prioritize it over and above the halberd. So I'd probably still stick halberd. But again, I think,
well, the only reason why I would is that you would double it with whatever unit you're taking, and if that unit can also take hand flamers, it's a really good like anti-charge threat, because you'll be like, cool, I'll just overwatch you with, however many flames I can pack into this squad. So I'm just trying to look into it now. So the Seraphim are equipped with 2 bolt pistols and close combat weapons. For every 5 models, up to 2 of them can have their 2 bolt pistols replaced with 2 Ministorum hand flamers. So I guess that means you could have 4 hand flamers, plus it would be 5 with the Canoness on the Seraphim squad, which is pretty scary to charge into 5d6 auto hitting strength 4 AP0 1 damage wounds. I mean, depending on how tough you are, I guess. And then the Seraphim, wherever they're hiding in the book, the next page over, they just have power weapons, bolt pistols and power weapons, and that's all they have. And one can have it replaced with a plasma pistol or sacred banner. So yeah, I think if you're taking them with the Seraphim, maybe you do the flamer for the extra shots, and then you get a bit more of a viable shooting threat with them.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like you say, it's good that the options are actually there and are actually options, which is a a big win on that front. But yeah, the wounds thing I can't get my head round. But whatever, I'm sure it doesn't make a huge amount of difference. So yeah, but again, I don't know, if you're leaning into the a unit of these, I think it's only essential that you're probably chucking in the Canoness in there. I mean, the regular Canoness looks interesting, has lots of different options. I don't think it's probably worth going through all of that, but it's your standard captain. Triumvirate, I think, is relatively sort of mid. Celestine is probably always worth talking about, because Celestine has always been ever present in all the editions. So let's quickly talk about her. So she's got a movement 12, still a toughness of 3, which is quite interesting for someone that's like an embodiment of the God Emperor, but whatever. 2 up save, which is obviously really good. 4 up invuln, which is really good. 5 wounds, which is pretty reasonable. Leadership 6 and OC 1. Is accompanied by Gemini, and they have pretty much the same profile, except higher leadership, as in leadership 7, and less wounds, so 2 wounds each. In terms of the units, they basically have bolt pistols, the Ardent Blade, which is specifically Celestine, so has a range profile, which essentially is like a flamer, ignores cover. Torrent, D6 shots at range 12, strength 6, -2, 1 damage, so pretty respectable. Not bad. And then you've got the power weapons, which again go on the Gemini, 4 attacks, weapon skill 3, strength 4, -2, 1 damage. And then the Ardent Blade in its melee profile has death wounds, 5 attacks, weapon skill 2, strength 6, -3, 2 damage. So, yeah, not an unrespectable melee profile, but also some abilities. Tell us what those are, Phil.
So they've got Deep Strike, Leader, Axe of Faith, which is the main army-wide one using Miracle Dice, and then the main ones that they've actually got is Healing Tears. So while this unit is with a Celestine model, while it contains the Celestine model, in your command phase, if the unit is below its starting strength, either 1 destroyed Gemini superior model or up to D3 other bodyguard models can be returned to this unit. Very cool. Then it's got Life Words. So while this unit contains 1 or more Gemini superior models, Celestine has a Feel No Pain 4+ ability, which is interesting because that would only trigger when someone has the Precision ability, because that's the only way she'll be targeted. And then there's also Miraculous Intervention. So the first time this unit's Celestine model is destroyed, roll 1d6 at the end of the phase. On a 2+, set her back up on the battlefield as close as possible to where she was destroyed, and not within engagement range of any enemy units, with its 4 wounds remaining, which is pretty cool. So 5 wounds back on the table. I like the abilities. They're very cool. Thematic, bringing back bodyguards, especially when she can join Seraphim and Seraphim squad. So that's quite a good way of getting some, as we say, recursion, is the new cool word, back into the units. I think that's cool. I don't think she's that great combat-wise. I sort of personally would have liked her to have a few more attacks, or, I don't know, a much higher strength to be a bit more of a scary combat threat, but sort of seems a bit average and a bit lackluster from, a solo character, but, characters are just abilities now, which, that's not what I want from her.
No, I agree, but I think, the days of, characters, certainly these kind of characters being meaningfully powerful is kind of behind us now, unless you're kind of a god tier supreme lord character.
I mean, she's literally the manifestation of the Emperor's will, basically. Like,
yeah, fair. She deserves better.
I mean, okay. One other thing I'd like to say on Celestine, then you chat for a bit about her. I would actually like to see more saints in the game, because obviously in the lore there are multiple saints, like not just Celestine. So I'd quite like others to exist, but obviously you can only ever pick one. A bit like the Catans, but obviously you can pick all the Catans. But I like the idea that, okay, this saint does this one cool thing to your army, or here's another saint from, a different bit of the Imperium, and she does a bunch of other different abilities, but it's like you got to pick one or the other. You can't take them both. I think that would be a nice touch.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think expanding on that whole element would be super fun. One last unit I'll talk about, and then we can move on to the general army rules.
Did you have any thoughts about Celestine, though, that you wanted to add on?
I think that, I agree with what you're saying. I think she's underwhelming, but then at the same time, I think the utility is where the usefulness comes from, having something that is obviously able to add that durability. Again, it's a bit of extra combat punch. The fact that you can now put her in a whole squad and have her lead that squad is very meaningful. Mm-hmm. I just have to sort of see it for myself on the tabletop, really. I think at this moment in time, it's quite kind of interesting to sort of see the character become a leader and become it just, to me, it doesn't, I would have liked her just to, like you identified, I would have loved her just to been a lone op combat powerhouse, with or maybe not even a lone op, but just ridiculously durable. Make it that, she's got the 2-up, give her a 3-up in Van, make her low wounds, but really amazing saves, make her super powerful. Don't make her a lone op so people can't target her, but just make it that she's really good. And then when she gets into combat, you're pretty much going to die. That would be fun. But they haven't gone that way, which is fair enough. Do we need more Avatar type miniatures running around, slapping up stuff? Maybe not.
Yes.
Yes would be the answer I'd give to.
Yes, until I'm on the receiving end, and then.
Well, exactly. Less of that, please. Last one I wanted to talk about of the data sheets is the Castigator, because I feel like this is the little tank that could, but has never really had its moment in the sun.
Oh, is this the new tank?
New circa 9th edition, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had to look at that this morning, actually. I feel a little sad for it. But yeah, read out the stat line.
Yeah, so it's a move of 10, has a toughness of 10, which is respectable. Saber 3+, which is, again, pretty standard, with a 6-up invuln, which is also situationally, good. That situation being, have you rolled a 6? In which case, great. It's got 11 wounds, a leadership of 7, and an OC of 3, so relatively reasonable stats across the board. This model's Castigator autocannon. So it basically, it seems its standard loadout is the autocannons, and it can also get a hunter killer missile and storm bolters, but it does also come with
3 heavy bolters.
Yeah, sponson and hull mounted heavy bolters as well. So you've got the Castigator autocannons, which are twin linked, so rerolling wounds, rapid fire 4, which is pretty impressive. So if you're within 24 inches, you're going to get 8 shots out of this. Ballistical 3, strength 9, which is nothing to stick your nose up at. AP -1, which is very disappointing, but damage 3. So yeah, very respectable amount of damage. Twin linked, obviously, strength 9 is really good from a wounding perspective. You just got to hope that you manage to obviously get within 24 and get those hits off. If you're,
I think autocannons are a bit of a sleeper hit in this edition. I think they're really good at they can mess up Terminators and aggressors and stuff like that. Obviously, they've got a good save, so you just need the volume of shots to punch through that until they fail. And then, a few are going to die. And if you do 8 shots, yeah, you're probably going to do that.
Yeah. I mean, the other option is you take the battle cannon, so it's blast and ignores cover, which is interesting. A battle cannon with ignores cover. That's a nice addition, unless you turn around and tell me that regular battle cannons have that too.
Not that I was aware of.
No, me neither.
So that might be new.
So D6 plus 3, plus obviously the benefits of blast. So most of the time that would be D6 plus 4, but could go as high as D6 plus 5. Ballistic skill 3, so hitting on 3. Strength 10, which is, respectable. -1 again, which is a bit of a letdown. But 3 damage again, which is pretty good. So again,
they're basically. Sorry, I'm laughing because it's like they've given you the same weapon. It's
essentially,
like, autocannons and battle cannons. It's like D6 plus 3 is, let's say you average 4, so that's 7 shots on average, but could go up, a bit higher or a bit lower. Or do you want a guaranteed between 4 and 8, which is almost what the dice roll is doing anyway? And then the only other difference is one's strength 9 and one's strength 10. Yes, technically one's got blast. One's got twin link though.
Yeah, so and one's got an ignored cover. So it's like, because when you're -1, I actually would suggest that it's more valuable that you're ignoring cover than you're twin link.
True. Or what you do is you take 2 of these because of the army ability. So the unit ability, which I'll just quickly read out. So it says, in your shooting phase after this model has shot, select one enemy unit hit by one or more of those attacks. To the end of that turn, each friendly Adepta Sororitas unit making a ranged attack that targets the enemy unit, improve the AP characteristic of the attack by 1. Same enemy can only be affected by this ability once per turn. So if you had several of these, the first one does the shot with the ignores cover to guarantee the extra AP, and then everything else gets AP -2. Again, I guess you could argue double down with the ignores cover because then it's effectively an AP -3 on something in cover. But it's interesting choices. It's just those 2, isn't it? Like you don't get any other options.
No, you get those 2 weapons, and then the heavy bolters are very reasonable. Obviously, you're going to get 9 shots because they're 3 shots each. 3 plus strength 5, -1, 2 damage. But they do have sustained hits 1. So across 9 shots, you're probably going to get an extra maybe 1 or 2 hits out of that, which is really cool. You can also chuck in the Hunter-Killer Missile, which is a 1-shot weapon that's fairly decent.
And it's free, so just take it every time.
100%. Same thing with the Storm Bolter as well. So, look, I mean, overall, that's a pretty fun little tank, to be fair. I don't know where it netted out from a points perspective. I'll have to take a look at that. But, like, I mean,
if we go by the points in here should be correct because
they won't be.
No, but didn't this come out at the same time, so they didn't update it? Because these
no, they will have updated it. Even when they happen like side by side, the Codex points are always worthless. Because I think I'm very confident that those. Codex points
is. Codex says 140. Hold on, let me just because I finally did add it to the app because we had that problems this morning when I was like, it's not, it's all locked. I can't see them.
So the Castigator, as per the manual, is 150 points.
No, it was 140, wasn't it? I said.
Yeah, you said 140.
The app is 150 though, so it's gone up 10 points.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so
but I mean, it's a great ballpark figure. I mean, just putting my thoughts out there first, I actually think this is the one unit that fails that kind of litmus test that we were talking about earlier, where the range as a whole has got a very like cohesive feel to it that plays into that kind of John Blanche, mad, zealot, grim darkness. I actually think this tank takes it away from that into that a bit more military, tactical Space Marine-esque vibe. And I remember when it came out, I didn't like the design. I'm still not massively swayed by it. I think the turret just looks a bit too modern in comparison to, The Exorcist, for example, which is just utter madness. But I think that's what's great about The Exorcist. Whereas this is a bit too bland in comparison, basically, to the rest of the army.
Yeah, that's fair. It definitely is very kind of functional, but I actually sort of like it for that. I sort of...
Yeah.
I understand.
I get that.
absolutely. Like, you want to have, like, you know, organists firing missiles. I understand that, but, like, I quite liked some of the kind of simplistic design of it, but yeah, I'm there for it. Do you want to do any last data sheets?
Yeah, go on. Should we do the mortifiers or the penitent engines? Let's do one of those.
Whichever one you want, mate. Whichever one you want.
Let's do the mortifiers, because I think they're newer. So they have movement.
They're the same kit, but whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, the penitent engine has existed within the range for longer in older editions. The mortifiers, and I guess, you know, it's probably the same stats, to be honest. Movement 8 inches, toughness 6, a 4-up save and a 6-up invulnerable save, 5 wounds, leadership 7, and 2 OC. They have 2 heavy bolters and twin penitent buzzblades. And then there's a bunch of war gear options. So one model can be equipped with an Archorite sarcophagus, which basically gives you a move characteristic of 7 inches, but a save characteristic of 3+. So basically, you lose an inch of movement, but you gain a better save, which I guess you would then always tank it on that model when you're picking. Any number of models can have their 2 heavy bolters replaced with one of the following. 1 heavy bolter and 1 mortifier flamer, 2 mortifier flamers, and then any number of models can have their twin penitent buzzblades replaced with one of the following. So 1 twin penitent flails and 1 penitent buzzblade and 1 penitent flail. So lots of options, basically. Let's go through them. So you know what bolters do, so I won't talk about that. But the mortifier flamers, ignore cover, torrent, twin linked, 12-inch range, D6 attacks, strength 5, 0 AP, 1 damage. So you could have 2 of these, or 1 heavy bolter and 1 of these, or 2 heavy bolters. So you get the options of everything, basically. You've got the penitent buzzblades. Again, you can have 2 of them. Sustained hits 1, 4 attacks, weapon skill 3+, strength 10, minus 3 AP, 2 damage. So that is pretty good. You can also have the penitent flail, which is sustained hits 1, 8 attacks, hitting on 3s, strength 5, minus 1, 1 damage. So just lots of attacks. Then you've actually got over twin penitent buzzblades, which basically gives you sustained hits 1, but also now gives you twin linked, but it's the same profile as the regular penitent buzzblade. So it's, you know, just the 4 attacks and so on, but you gain the twin linked keyword. And then you've got the twin penitent flails, which again is exactly the same as a penitent flail, but you gain twin linked. So in theory, I guess the best option, unless you really want the twin linked, is you go for 1 of each, because then basically, actually no, because you can't attack with both, can you? You can only pick. Oh wait, no,
you can attack with all of them.
Oh, it's a vehicle, so you can attack with both of them. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting
from the guns
thinking that you can only
melee wise.
Well, because melee, you can normally only pick 1 weapon to attack with, but I assume vehicles.
No, I think even with vehicles, it's still 1 melee weapon. Yeah.
So I guess I guess it's not about the number of attacks; it's about the viability. So you take 1 of each to give you high attack. It basically gives you a strike and sweep option, effectively, in another word. So you get 1 with lots of attacks, good at killing chaff, and 1 that's really good at dealing high damage. Well, not necessarily high damage, but high AP, high strength, and a fair bit of damage for killing your elite characters. But it's not like it's going to bust open a tank or anything like that. Or you just lean into 1 of them to get the twin linked.
Yeah, I'd probably go with the flamers and the twin flails just to go like super like
anti-infantry.
Yeah. I mean, because I think it's important. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, like there's a lot of vehicles in the game, but there's also a lot of like just having that volume of shots and that volume of attacks.
Well, here's the thing. If you go for the flamers as well, you get the fact that you can overwatch with it in your opponent's turn, and it's, 12-inch range, gonna screen out a lot of things. I'll just go through. It's got abilities. It's got Deadly Demise 1, Feel No Pain 5+. Then it's got Anguish of the Unredeemed. So each time a model in this unit is destroyed by a melee attack, if it's not fought in that phase, roll a d6 on a 2+, don't remove it from play. You can then attack it before you die. So that is quite good. In fact, on a 2+, it's pretty strong. I think you're right. Or you go Flamers and Buzzblade, so you've got a bit of flexibility. So it's like you kill the chaff with the Flamers and then you charge the tougher things with the Buzzblades, because hopefully all the chaff near you is dead anyway, so you don't need the whips is another option. But it'd be one that'd be interesting to play test and work out what works best for it.
Yeah, I mean, they're relatively pricey, but they seem okay. So the Mortifier is coming in, so you can get 2 in a unit, and they are 140 points to 70 points each.
Oh, no. So what is really the difference between them and the Penitent engines? So the Penitent engines are equipped with Penitent Flamers and Twin Penitent Buzzblades, which I guess are the same stats, and any number of models can each have their Twin Penitent Buzzblades replaced with the Penitent Buzzblade and 1 Penitent Flail, or 1 Twin Penitent Flails. So you lose out on, you can't get the heavy bolters. The Penitent Flamers are slightly different, because the Mortifier Flamers are D6, but these are Assault, Ignores Cover, Torrent, Twin Linked, and 2D6. But you only get 1 of them. Or you get 2 of the Mortifier Flamers that are also 2d6. So the only real difference is the Endless Suffering rule, so it can advance and charge.
Yeah, which is big, right?
Yeah, but it's like, I feel like they've done it just so you can have more Penitent engines, but ultimately it's the same thing. I thought one of them was going to be like just all shooting, and one, like, I thought the Penitent engines were the combat ones. The bit of flamey, and I assumed the Mortifiers were just guns, and that was how you would differentiate them. But they both have combat and shooting, so yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I've sort of looked at the models, but I guess I've never really studied the kit or the rules, I guess, for that matter. So that is interesting. But
the rules change all the time, mate. You can't be blamed for that.
No, true. They're just so similar. Like, there's nothing to distinguish them really, other than that you can just have more of them, I guess. Yeah, weird. But okay, that is the end of the, I was going to say War Scrolls, because I've got my AOS hat on. End of the data sheets.
Yeah, so last of the data sheets, so we may as well talk about some ARI rules. What are they, Phil? Acts of Faith, I understand.
Acts of Faith basically allow you to do, once per phase, each of your units can do this. And it's done using miracle dice. I guess miracle dice is the cost for the actual Acts of Faith. So how do you gain miracle dice? Your units basically gain, or your faction army gains 1 dice at the start of each turn. So obviously that's 2 per battle round. And then each time an Adepta Sororitas unit from your army is destroyed, you gain a miracle dice. You then roll that dice. That dice then has a value of said dice roll. You put that to one side, and then you use those dice rolls to perform Acts of Faith. Basically, when you're going to do a dice roll for something else, you can pick one of your miracle dice and substitute in a pre-rolled value from that miracle dice into that roll. It's for advance rolls, battle shock tests, charge rolls, damage rolls, hit rolls, saving throws, and wound rolls. And I think they caveat it that if you've got something like a charge roll where you need to do 2d6, you have to put them both in, and you can't just put in one and then roll the other. I think that's the case. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that is the case, yes. I echo that sentiment.
Yeah. So, and then they can't be, I don't think they can be re-rolled.
No,
in any
you
way.
can't re-roll miracle dice.
But then why would you? Sort of thing.
Why would you? You know what you're putting in there. It'd be a very weird thing to be like, situationally, I need this result of a 1, but I've now put it in there. You know what? I'm going to re-roll it. It'd be a very interesting.
So what's interesting is in previous editions, low dice rolls were normally pretty bad, but they were fine because you would save those for your leadership tests. But now leadership tests have been turned on its head and reversed. Ultimately, your low rolls are kind of useless. So rolls of 1 and 2, you'll never actually need to pass any of these, rolls like advanced rolls, hit rolls, damage rolls, battle shot tests. You don't want 1s and 2s. However, there's plenty of abilities within certain characters that allow you to manipulate those dice, where you can change them, or you can substitute them out, or swap them, or re-roll them in some way, which is makes those low dice rolls fine, basically, because you can manipulate them. That is the end of the army special rules. There are 4 sub-factions, detachments. There's Hallowed Martyrs that deal with dying, so when their units are below your army strength, you get +1 to hit rolls, and if you're below half strength, you get +1 to your wound rolls, because you're good at dying. There's Penitent Host, which have a bunch of abilities for penitent-specific units. I won't go into them. There's Bringers of Flame, which basically add 1 to strength of your assault weapons if you're within 12 inches, so that's all flamer-based.
Which apparently, no pun intended, although now is intended, it's the hot one. That's the one that people are
is it?
Yeah.
No, okay. I guess you're leaning into the flamer stuff, so yeah, maybe. And then the last one is Armies of Faith, which is all about being extra zealous, and you get to do 2 acts of faith per phase instead of 1, which just means you get to use an extra miracle dice. Kind of boring as a mechanic, but, possibly quite strong, especially if you can get loads of miracle dice left, right, and centre.
All 4 of those detachments seem pretty viable, but yeah, the flame one is the one that is seeing the most success in the early instances. But as always with these things, leave it to time to determine what, the real winner is across the span of the edition. But yeah, look, in summary, the Adepta Sororitas, really strong book, really interesting, incredible range, really beautiful artwork, a fantastic army. And again, it's just a really generally good vibe around it as a kind of force. I feel like, the Sisters Army is one of those things that we as players had been campaigning for many years. People were super excited about it. I, like so many people, when they released Sisters in 8th edition, jumped on board, bought loads of kits, and then found myself with limited time and availability to deal with them, and then gave them away essentially to other people. All of that sort of, resolved itself. But yeah, I genuinely feel like this is a strong book, and I feel like it's a good addition to the game. And I think the rules that they've got in there are really flavorful, really interesting. Sure, it's still 40k, so a lot of stuff has the boilerplate stuff, the sustained hits and the other things, but that's just the kind of core systems of the games now, right? So you can't kind of be too critical for it for that. But yeah, there are some very obviously strong elements to it, and it's clear that people are really excited to be running Sisters and succeeding with them. I definitely felt like the Sisters players felt like the kind of index period of their army was very tough, and that they didn't really have the options they needed to be successful. But this definitely seems to have pushed them into a stronger place, which I think is really good for the overall state of the game. So overall, I'd say for my money, such as it is, that this is a pretty successful outing for Adepta Sororitas. And I think, I think they're definitely an interesting army with a lot to offer. So, yeah, and again, beautiful range, which really helps, really stunning range.
Mm-hmm.
Double-edged sword, because it seems like you might be able to field quite a few of them. This is 40k after.
Yeah, and a lot to build and paint. A bit like Gene Stealer Cult, unfortunately. Overall, I totally echo your sentiments. I think it seems pretty good, seems viable. I would say, and this is something we haven't really talked about huge much because we just briefly talked about the detachments, but I do feel like there's only 4 detachments is a bit weak, and I feel like they're not doing all the archetypes that you want detachments to do. So obviously, yes, you've got one about martyrs, you've got one about the penitent host, which is kind of cool, and you've got a flamer one, and you've got one, the Armies of Faith one, is really ultimately about your Seraphim and Seraphim jump units, and that's really it. Like, I would sort of have liked one to do more with the artillery and the tanks. If you think about general archetypes, you do want, I want my infantry heavy one playstyle. I want my maybe siege one. I want my lots of vehicles one, and there isn't one necessarily tailoring to the castigator and the exorcist and stuff. And so I would have liked something maybe along those lines, and some maybe one to do more, because for the faith one, all you've got is you do acts of faith twice. I would have much rather some kind of cool like prayer mechanic, a bit like the pacts of the dark gods that you could do in the Chaos Codex. So your units are praying, and in addition they can then do stuff. I think something like that would be a bit more thematic, but minor quibbles basically overall. But something like that, I feel like sometimes they suffer with the detachments being too much like the sub-factions and not actual strategic sort of play styles, or they're just maybe not themed well enough. And I think those ones are okay, but they could have done a couple more, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think they're always in a situation when, and this has been really interesting in this edition, sort of exposing, I guess, the kind of limitations of the range as well as the kind of ideas that are available for this stuff. It's like, oh, well, how many different kind of archetypes are there really? What sort of things are we really able to pursue? I appreciate that they don't just force themselves into a situation where they create more than is necessary.
Yeah, because I think there's like 6 or 8. There's probably 6 sub-factions, because that's the average, isn't it? So, in theory, they would have been more in the last edition for those.
Yeah. You know what it is, though? I always put it down to the same thing. It's almost like they make design decisions for the overall system based on the Space Marine problem, right? Because they look at it and they go, well, how? Because, it seems like for many, many, many editions, they've often come up against the whole, how are we dealing with the variety of Space Marines? And, obviously in 8th edition, they came in with the different supplements. Even back in like 7th edition, they did the, not Sentinels of Terror, it was the Astartes book that gave you, well, they did loads of different supplements in 7th and 6th as well for different forms of Astartes. And obviously they've done those main supplements for the kind of main 4, the Blood Angels, the Space Wolves, Dark Angels. That's all there is, isn't there? The Grey Knights are the Death Watch. Yeah, there you go. That was the 4th one. I knew that I was missing one. But yeah, so they've done that sort of stuff over time. So it's fair enough that they flesh it out, but it almost always becomes a thing where they're like, well, how do we solve the Space Marine problem? And then how do we retroactively make that work or viable for other armies? And then it's always like, well, Sisters don't really have the same problem that Space Marines have, and really we could just give them one strong detachment that kind of meets all their needs. But I guess we're just going to have to come up with a few options just because,
Yeah, that's true. Also, Black Templars.
There you go. There's another one. I underestimated it massively. But they were a Codex faction after 4th ed, right? Like they wrapped them up in.
Well, they've only just recently come back. Yeah.
Yeah. They only broke out on their own relatively recently. Again, anyway, all moot points now. That was that. Thank you, Phil. Beautiful time talking Adepta Sororitas with you. We're going to move on now to whatever it is we decide to do next, which I think is an Age of Sigmar chat, right?
Yes.
Well, there we go. Let's go do that then. Transitional noise. All right, all. It can't be the launch weekend of Scaventide without us getting around to talking about some Age of Sigmar. Isn't that right, Phil? We are Age of Sigmar fans, it's fair to say.
We are, and it sounds like we've converted a couple of our listeners into the world of Age of Sigmar as well. So apologies if AOS 4 isn't very good, but fingers crossed it is.
I mean, all the current signs are very positive, it's fair to say. We're recording this on Monday, the 8th of July, the rules and points costs have been released formally by Games Workshop. Not all the rules, so we've still got the General's Handbook that needs to come through, so that's going to have an amount of detail in it. Although many people have, through illegitimate means, been able to gain access to those rules also. It's the great thing about all of the... I know. But Games Workshop's policy of sending out early access to all these content creators is a fantastic way of everything leaking, it seems. Assuming that they're the ones doing it, obviously it could be anyone. Could be anyone with early access to this stuff. But all that being equal, yeah, we're seeing a lot of cards, a lot of GHB stuff, a lot of things going out over the internet now. And now that we have the points costs and the main game rules formally published, we can pretty much now start playing Age of Sigmar, which in many ways is really great because this is quite a lot better than how they managed 40K's release. Because if you remember, Phil, the first thing they did with 40K is they gave us the rules and then they gave us the index for Tyranids and Space Marines. But they didn't give us the points for ages.
But I was actually going to say it's as bad as 40K in terms of they've staggered the releases. So yes, the rules are out today, and then we have to wait over the course of the week for all the faction rules to come out. So I think mine's Wednesday or Thursday, and yours is Friday for your Oryx. But you are right about the points. That is actually a marked improvement, that they've done that already, and you get to see a little bit of a understanding of how the sort of the regiment army building mechanics works. That's sort of quite interesting, I think. Looks from what I've seen.
Oh, for sure. But the thing that's really good about it is it's definitely because of the way that people leak everything over the internet. Not that that's necessarily a good or bad thing. Relatively indifferent to it all, really. But the thing is that, yeah, now that we have the points, now that we have the main, rulebook mission and the rulebook rules, we can now pretty much, with a combination of leaks and also, the rules that are out there, pretty much start playing it, which is more than could be said for 40K, because they kept the points costs of everything in 40K very close to their chest. That is one of those things, because that doesn't get sent out early to people, except like a very small selection of influencers on 40K got points costs. But I believe in 40K, what actually was happening is that Games Workshop was taking things from their collection and working with them to give them lists or be like, oh, this is about 2K points. You can probably play with that. Because they were very, very, because that's the thing, isn't it? And I remember when you and I did the Patreon video where we were playing 40K 10th edition, and we basically just used the points from 40K, and we were just like, it's close enough. I'm sure it'd be fine. We just wanted to get, and we did have a lot of people asking us, like, wow, how did you do this? How was this possible? And it was like, well, we just sort of,
we just used 9th edition points and assumed it would be roughly equal. Because if, I think, was we both using Space Marines, or were you doing AdMech and I was doing Space Marines? No, it was
Space Marine or
so
Space
ultimately the points should be balanced just invariably because of the faction. Now, you might be that, maybe you had Blade Guard and I didn't, and Blade Guard suddenly went down in points and the stuff I was running went up. So it could have been slightly imbalanced, but I don't think it was. I think we worked it out afterwards and it was pretty on the nose. That was fine. Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm personally keen to read any of the leaks for AOS or play any game. I mean, I'm not going to play any games between now and whenever my Nighthaunt comes out later this week. I'm perfectly fine to wait. I still haven't had a chance to look through the rules that have dropped today. I guess my only slight little criticism is that they've combined the AOS core rules with the Spearhead ones, so it's a 66-page document, and it will probably actually be about half that. So it would be nice to have just split those out for convenience. For people that just want to play Spearhead, they've got one PDF, and people that want to do the main game, they've got just one PDF. I guess the argument is if you're learning to play Spearhead, you need the core rules as well, so it could be handy. But
the core rules is the main bit of Spearhead, and then the Spearhead rules is its own section that bolts on top.
Yes, so I sort of get it.
So it's not like the core rules have Spearhead in it. there is a core rules section and a spearhead section.
Yes, but my point is, if you just want to play a normal match play game without spearhead, you're looking for a 60-odd page.
Well, you don't have to then.
Well, no, but the document is still the core rules, which includes spearheads.
Yeah, but it spearheads in its own section.
Yes, but it's just it's just a bigger document to download for my phone to clunkily try and PDF readers on phones.
You're a professional.
Aren't great.
You're a professional designer. You've got probably a Adobe Acrobat Pro. You can trim that PDF.
Well, I totally could, and I might have to at some point because it bugged me a bit that it was a bit slow because it's a far and intense document, let's say, but looks pretty. Looks like fair. I haven't read it. I had a quick skim through. Looked like there's some cool photos and illustrative sections talking about rules and line of sight and movement and stuff like that. So that's all positive, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with it as a rule set at the moment. Like, as I read through it, having been someone who has engaged with the leaks, I've kind of seen it all already now anyway. I know. Naughty, but there you go. But now, verifying the things that are there, I think, genuinely, they've kept all the sensible, clever things from AOS free and made necessary or sensible changes which streamline stuff. Personally, there are some changes that I am less keen on. I don't like the change to weapon ranges. I certainly don't enjoy the removal of bravery. I think bravery was a really interesting lever that added a lot of opportunities for rules writers to, express interesting ideas and army design philosophies. As someone who has exclusively played destruction armies in my time in AOS 3, I actually sort of relish and enjoy the negative of low bravery because it was an interesting mechanic that added an interesting layer to the way the army plays. It's, Iron Jaws orcs are very durable, very tough, very healthy. They've got lots of hit points. They've got okay saves. And as a result, they are quite durable, but they have very low bravery. And because they have very low bravery, they're still able to kind of have all of this brute, punchy, powerful durability. But with that, particular weakness, you're not having to pay crazy points for them. So, like a unit of brutes, which is five guys, 15 wounds, 4 up armor saves, pretty reasonable, but they were bravery 6. So, you take one casualty in that squad and you roll a 6 on the bravery check, they run away. That now isn't the case. And I think that's going to be really interesting for people to kind of get used to who have been playing AOS for a long time, because it is quite a big fundamental change, but it's also going to dramatically impact the way that armies like Iron Jaws play, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was always interesting. I mean, it didn't come up a huge amount in our games, but there was some fun interactions where you would potentially fail a bravery check. You would always have a CP in the bag to try and, auto pass your morale check. But as Nighthaunt, you can't use the Inspiring Presence command next to them when you're in combat because they're spooky, scary ghosts. So yes, you would still have to roll. And a nice interaction between sort of, two different factions with different play styles and sort of different rules to, reference those abilities. I think I can't remember what it's called, like the objective control that they sort of have instead of the bravery is, well, it worries me that it's just very similar to 40k, and it feels like 40k doesn't use that very well, or the battle shot mechanic very well. At least what we have seen with the AOS stuff is there's a lot of units that like buff and debuff that objective control score. So, you might have 3 guys that are worth 3 points on an objective, but, someone can come along and knock them down to like 1 or 2 because they're like scaring them in some fashion, or you've got a hero to buff them up to, double their score or something. So at least they are using, as you say, levers to actually integrate with that mechanic a lot more than that we've seen in 40k. So I think that's positive. It'd be interesting to play it and see how it plays out. But yeah, the sad thing of, big hordes not running away anymore, is a shame. Basically, you've just got, I guess, maybe Heresy and Old World for that sort of thing, basically. Relegated to the old game systems.
Yeah, I mean, my thought process on this is that their desire to remove morale mechanics is that there is this kind of consensus amongst people that morale mechanics are never particularly good or very well realized. They're always either easily exploited or unnecessarily complicated. And I think people innately struggle with them from a kind of feel-goods perspective. Like, I think a lot of players very negatively associate, morale mechanics with not having fun, because it doesn't feel fun for circumstances to result in, parts of your unit becoming unusable. And I was thinking about this in the concept of 40k because it came up as some friends of ours were who don't really play 40k anymore were disputing the new absurdity of the pivot value of units. And it is interesting because in a way it definitely feels like in 40k these days the broader design philosophy is always about trying to do things that kind of make it so as the players don't have to have anything die or don't have to be sort of challenged or frustrated anyway. It's sort of all about letting people do whatever they want, however they want to do it, and not having any kind of negative things impacting them or making them take models off. Because obviously people put a lot of time and effort into painting miniatures, and they don't like it when they have to take their toys off the table. So morale mechanics that essentially result in stuff dying was always negative fun. And I think there is that sort of design philosophy that is now kind of come through into AOS. But, I don't necessarily know if it will be as impactful in AOS as it has been in 40k. And I think a lot of that's going to be driven by the sizes of the army, the nature of the game, etc. But yeah, personally, I am saddened that they've removed morale or bravery rather, because I think it's a really fun mechanic that actually creates a lot of interesting depth, because death armies typically have high bravery. Destruction armies typically don't, and there's a lot of fun things that you can do to, with that when you're designing units or trying to express differences between armies on the tabletop.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain problems, I think, with bravery, because I had my hex wraiths and all my characters were so low model count and such high bravery that they would never fail, because at bravery 9, I had 5 men. You'd basically only hit the barrier fading out as the last one dies. So you needed to have units of technically 6+, but obviously it'd be 10 or more. And then, actually chain rasps had slightly lower bravery, I think of 7 or 8. So they could fail it. And I only played a couple of test games with those, so it didn't really happen all that much. So it didn't really affect me. But my issue with it is it always skews towards small elite units of 5 or more high bravery, and weirdly, almost ironically, and even if you had a big unit of 20, by the time you get down to 5, if I remember rightly, isn't it done based on the models that you've? Oh no, in AOS it's just the amount of models that you've lost in total. It's not per turn or anything like that, is it?
Yeah, in AOS per turn. So if you have a unit of 10 and you lose 5 models, you roll a d6 and add the casualties, and then consult your bravery characters.
Yeah, but would you, in the following turn, if you've not suffered any casualties, you wouldn't take the test at all?
Correct. Yeah.
So that's the sort of flaw of it. That
I agree.
The more casualties you've taken, ironically, the stronger your bravery is in future turns, so long as you're not suffering more casualties. And the small elite units are really durable, and then maybe you could argue that those are meant to be.
But also, it's one of those things, isn't it? Mechanically, it's designed around prioritizing the idea that you're punishing or adding a way of, getting rid of bigger units. Because one of the problems always is with games like this is having unshiftable large units. I really like shock horror. I really like some of the old morale systems that are in Old World and, 40K of old, or present in Heresy currently. The leadership characteristic being between, 1 and 10 and rolling a leadership test on 2d6 and then adding various modifiers. And then if failing that test occurs, then you run away. So you actually, rather than remove as casualties, you actually take the minis and turn them around and run them off in different directions. I always thought that was really cool and really interesting and added a lot of really interesting dynamics to the way the game played. But also the way that they managed it was that you took leadership tests at the end of every phase. So if I took 25% casualties in my opponent's shooting phase, I rolled a leadership test. And then I'd roll a leadership test as a result of losing combat. But, a 25% variable was still good, because if I was a free-man unit and I lost one miniature, I would still need to take that leadership test because I've lost more than 25% in that example. Whereas the current system they use in Age of Sigmar and the system they were using previously in 40K did have that weirdness to it, where once you become like a free man unit, you're basically never running away, which is odd because it's like, we started out as a 20-man unit, now there's 3 of us. We've never been so brave. It's like, okay.
Yeah, there were some oddities in that. It's like I like the way the Old World does it, where it's like sort of pushback mechanic, where I think it's in combat you're full back, but then you tend to rally, so you can then still do something in your turn. Whereas like older versions of 40K, you would pretty much be just running away for the whole game unless you rolled like was it a double one, or you had to, or you went past near other friendly units that you could then try and rally again. It was very hard to do, basically, and that was almost like a bit too pointless. But the idea that you push a unit back, but they can then still do something, or it's a bit easier for them to rally, I think would be a good way to go. I think for things like 40K currently, there needs to be a lot more modifiers to be like negative modifiers to your leadership to make it more impactful for that sort of battle shock is the word. I've got all these different names for morale in my head swimming around. What else did you mention? You mentioned the range of weapons going to 3 inches. I get it from a simplicity point of view. You lose that kind of the narrative nuance of different weapons. It's like, well, yes, more spears should be able to hit than, a bunch of guys with daggers or something like that. So that expression of the older rules was really good. But by the end of AOS 3, you had loads of FAQs where they were trying to give extra range to more models, predominantly as a sort of balancing mechanic, but also just because of the way range Parlins worked. You would, if you had anything more than like 5 models on a cavalry base, you would just never get any more models into combat because they just couldn't physically fit anywhere. So you had sort of issues with that. So I think it was, butting its head up against a wall from, things like the size of the models, the space on the table, the physical practicalities of, positioning. But also I think, maybe it was a bit of a cheeky balancing mechanic as well, that they were twisting that dial and knob to just make things a bit better via something that thematically sometimes shouldn't be correct. I mean, other times, like the Hex race, I think we're on a 1 inch for ages, and so they've got these big giant, scythes. To me, I would say that should be longer range, but then maybe, scythes operate very differently from spears and lances. So actually, they should be a shorter range. It's an interesting one.
Oh, for sure. And look, I mean, at the end of the day, I totally understand them doing things in the name of simplicity. And that is where I give this particular ruling the benefit of the doubt, because being brutally honest, I think a lot of people certainly towards the end of 3rd edition AOS, and in my experience of what I've seen people doing, a lot of people had often, mistakenly gotten their ranges or disregarded their ranges of their weapons in combat situations. I think this is just one of those things that just sort of streamlines the game, and as a result is a net positive. But I quite liked the weapon ranges. I think it kind of created an interesting dynamic around the necessity for certain types of weapons. But at the same time, I'm not going to argue that I don't like, or rather I don't dislike. I'm in favor of the simplification with this mechanic, but also the fact that they've changed the way that units work now, that it doesn't really matter what you put on it. It's just what it is, which again is, I think, another nice piece of streamlining. Speaking as someone who, when he got into AOS 3, built all of my miniatures with the wrong, war gear to be optimal, it's great for me now to basically know that there's no way you could get it wrong because it's all the same, which I suppose is a nice win for many.
No, it's true. Yeah, because in theory, there shouldn't really be an optimal choice because the stats should ideally be the same or have different purposes, right? But invariably, there's always going to be at least an internet pick. The internet will decide what's the best, and you'll then feel bad for not running that. So, in a way, this sort of hopefully resolves that issue.
Oh, 100%. But yeah, I think overall, though, like I say, in terms of the stuff that they've sort of changed that I feel underwhelmed by, I'd say that, the weapon ranges, the removal of morale, it still looks and seems very much like AOS as it was before. I think, the way that they've kind of structured it as a rule set seems very clear and concise. I think they've over-engineered it in terms of the level of work they've gone into to try and make it more, modular and accessible for people. The fact that they've added all this color coordination, symbols, other things to denote certain things. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all good stuff, but it's sort of not something I'm probably going to myself overly engage with. I'm probably never going to be at a point where I can tell you what color something is, because the way that I tend to...
What's the purple phase, Dan?
I don't know, Phil. I don't know. I don't think I ever will know.
No, I know. This is my problem with it. Is one, the colours are ugly. In part, I think that is because they've had to go for this sort of dark tone to fit the aesthetics of the rest of the books and the overall design. But two, the colours are kind of meaningless. I think red is the combat phase. That kind of makes sense. But as you say, what does purple represent innately as a concept?
Magic?
Nothing. Like you could say magic, or maybe, I don't know, like a gold colour might be command. Blue or purpley might be a magic, but magic isn't a phase. That's just part of the command phase still, right? And that, again, I would disagree. That should just be a separate phase, even if it's right after the command phase. The colours are meaningless in and of itself, and it kind of makes the war scrolls quite ugly because they're quite overbearing in their use. It's not like it's a small icon with a coloured background, because they are incorporating our icons. It's like a whole coloured bar going all the way across that takes up loads of space. And I don't think it's very great. It's not particularly intuitive. I think it will take people a long time to memorize what those colours are to the point of them being practical. I don't think that would be the case. I'd much rather they just said on them charge phase, movement phase. Like that would make more sense, or icons to represent those phases, because that would be a lot easier to memorize. Colors are just meaningless. An icon at least has some meaning behind it. And weirdly, there are also icons, but they are representative of sort of what it can do. So there's like an offensive icon, which I think could mean magic, but it can mean shooting and combat. And then there's like a defensive icon, which could mean, again, being shot at and being in combat. And then there's like some for like command phases and stuff like that, but they're not tied to a phase. So they're a bit more ambiguous, I think, in terms of how they work out. And it'll be interesting to play games and see if these things start, seeping into the memory and, becoming part of becoming quite intuitive into the gaming process.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I think it's really good that they're adding tools to help people learn and to help people get into the games. Not everyone remembers and learns things the same, so having extra points, extra, tactile elements that will enable you to remember is really valuable. And I think that's the thing. When you're dealing with people with, all sorts of different capabilities where it comes to kind of retaining and learning these rule sets, more ways to make the barrier to entry lower is a great thing. So I'm never going to suggest that this is the wrong move. But what I think is, for me personally, and why I'm never going to learn it, the colors and stuff, it's just not the way that I learn and retain stuff. So when it comes to myself, I just get into the game and start playing it. And I have this weird Rain Man sort of brain when it comes to rules. And I just kind of put it in my head and then never look at the stuff again. Now, that does create some interesting situations where I get stuff
just
wrong.
Say it with confidence and tell you're correct.
Absolutely. But I'll tell you what, mate, 9 times out of 10, I am correct. There is just obviously many instances because of the sheer volume of rule sets and the sheer volume of armies and the amount of games where I get stuff wrong from time to time. And, I have to wear that sometimes. Obviously I've developed this reputation, not just with you guys, but with others that I play with regularly, of being like, oh, cheaty Dan. So it's a well-known thing. I mean, me and Joe played 40K, a tournament event in Poole, one of the 40K Brawl events. And I was just getting so much stuff wrong in that game because the first time I'd ran Dark Angels in ages, and I was just... but the thing is, when I play Joe, I just purposely kind of chuck loads of rubbish at him and just go, whatever, that'll be fine. But yeah, it's unfortunately the sort of the way of it. But yeah, for me, as I say, I've already kind of given the Iron Jaws rules once over. I'm pretty confident with them now. I'm like, yeah, sure, that's probably more or less right.
Interesting, because I will always, if I'm not confident, and when I am, I'm 99% correct. But normally, if I'm not confident, I'll be like, let me just double check just to make sure. It's like, I think I know what it is, but let me just double check, because that aids me in the learning process, albeit sometimes slows down a game, because they're like, just roll the dice, and if you roll, 1 or 2, it won't matter anyway. And I'm like, yeah, but I need to know what the actual, result is that I need, because I'm trying to learn it sort of vibe. So I think, it's like gaming aids are good. Hopefully it allows you to learn the game quite quickly. Yeah, I think my only concern is I think the color coding is probably more of a detriment in terms of the visual aids and the cluttering of the design of the war scrolls and stuff like that. Again, still the ward save being right at the bottom is a keyword, I think is a big mistake. That should have been nicely designed in that little radial dial at the top. And weirdly, they don't use that in the new app that they previewed. They're just like little circles all going across the line, like the 40K stats, which I think is a bit ugly. But I think that's just the design of the app, because it is the same sort of 40K-esque app that they're using for the AOS stuff. So that's a shame, but maybe it's more convenient and takes up less space.
Yeah, I think overall, I'd say, the changes that they've made to the data sheets and to the expression of the rules aren't bad. I feel like it's all being done with the right kind of approach. It's just that, change is always interesting, isn't it? Because you got to get used to the way things are. But I think before long, as I say, we'll get to a place where we're very comfortable with it and not too worried about it. And I think at the end of the day, one of the things that's really great about this situation so far in AOS 4 is that my grumbles, such as they are very much dedicated to the minutiae, right? It's very much about the little things, the stuff that they could have done a bit better rather than the big picture.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Because one of the first things I wanted to say, and I didn't say, but in terms of the positives, and I'd love to get your positives as well, but my number one positive with Age of Sigmar is that as of today, we've got the points, and the points are basically the same, if not a little bit more expensive than it used to be, which is amazing. Like AOS, I say this a lot, I'm going to say it again. If you want to get into a Warhammer game, Age of Sigmar seems like it not only, and again, I haven't played Spearhead yet, so I'll reserve judgment on this, but it seems like it's got a very, very well-constructed opening game system in Spearhead. It seems like that is very well realised and a lot more refined than what 40k offers with Combat Patrol. And also, it seems that like building 2,000 points of Age of Sigmar is remarkably simple versus 40k. I mean, my Iron Jaws army that I'm going to be taking at the end of July to Warhammer World is 28 minis, and it's 2,000 points. 28 minis.
Interesting. Now, do you remember, because old Garfield in our little WhatsApp group that we got posted it was like a picture of White Dwarf, and it was like, I wish armies were this big nowadays. And I think it was, did you say 32 models? I think.
Yeah, that was Space Wolves. That was a Space Wolves army from White Dwarf.
Yeah, that would have been maybe not 2,000 points, because I don't think they did 2,000 points in those days.
It would have been 1,500.
Yeah, I'd assume that would have been it. But that was the standard size of armies. And that was, you would be doubling that quite easily, I think, for most Space Wolf armies, especially with troops, not just spamming vehicles or anything like that. So, yeah, I think AOS is more aligned to those style armies. Again, your brutes are quite, or your orcs are quite elite in terms of that. They're quite tough. So they're not horde army. You don't have units of 20 or anything like that. I think my army would have a lot more models, but it's meant to be a more numerous army. My army currently now clocks in at 1,690, and I think before it was around the 1,500 mark, give or take, although it was probably more like 1,600 because I had some characters I can legally include because I've just got too many characters, and I need to double check the army building if I can actually fit everything into the new construction mechanics.
So you can only have five. Well, you can have 5 regiments, and each regiment is led by a character.
Yes, but some of mine you can have. I think it's something like a cursed hero. So it's got a special name.
They have different names in each faction. So in mine, there's like Head Stomper.
Yeah, so it allows you in certain regiments to also take an additional character instead of a unit. So that like a normal infantry unit. So I think that's cool. And it will give some interesting thematic building. So hopefully it means I can fit in all my characters. The Dreadblade Harrows, which used to be individual characters, are now like one unit of non-characters. So that's also interesting. So I can include them. The points for the Headsman Curse are in there because they're legends. So that's great. Interestingly, though, and I guess because these are old legends, that the old... or maybe it's because it's Forge World, right? I'm not entirely sure, but Forge World used to do the big monsters. So there's one for Nighthaunt, there's Lizard Men, there was loads of Chaos, big characters. So they don't seem to be existing anywhere at the moment under that Legends banner. But I don't know if that's because that's Forge World, it will come out later, or they're just done and gone because they were Legends in the last edition and not this one. So, I mean, hopefully we'll still see support for them because that would be great going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, obviously too soon to tell. Games Workshop and Specialist Games or Forge World seem to be going through something of an interesting time at the moment. So I would imagine that it was plausible that either outcome is possible, i.e. they're either not going to get supported or they are. I hope it's the latter rather than the former. I would hope that the limited range of Forge World minis that are available in AOS continue to be supported. But we will see, won't we? We will see.
Yeah. And then obviously the reason why my army isn't 2,000 points is because the Cron Spine that I built for the last event to fill up those points, because that was about 500 odd, 520, I think. That's now free, it seems. It's because you just pick a law, spell law, Which is interesting because it used to be you pick a spell law for your arm, well, per unit. I think it was that was a magician or wizard. You would then also get access to some universal law stuff as well, and then you could have the endless spells. They were like extra things, but you'd pay points for them. And then the Kronspine was tangentially related to that. That was an incarnate that, again, you could pay points for and would just be on the table. So it'd be interesting now to see how it's going to operate being a spell law. And I feel like you're a bit of a disadvantage because now it feels like you sort of have to pick between your faction spells, your endless spells, and a Kronspine. You can't have them all, which sort of feels a bit of a shame. Like, at least the option of having endless spells in your sort of faction spells. So I guess it depends on how good those faction spells are going to be. It feels like a real tough choice. And as we were saying with 40k, you can have everything. So now it's like, oh, I'm actually going to have to make a difficult decision between taking a Kronspire and taking some endless spells that will have some great utility, or just my generic faction spells. Like, that's going to be a difficult choice to make. It'll be interesting to see once the rules for those come out.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, obviously, that's the interesting thing at the moment is all of the endless spells and incarnates. It seems that their rules have been locked away in the GHB, the General's Handbook. And this is separate to or in addition to what is being supplied in Scaventide. So the implication that we were getting the full GHB in Scaventide seems to have been proven false, and that actually we're getting cards and things that kind of gaming aids, but we're not getting the rules for the endless spells unless we purchase the General's Handbook. And again, that may be wrong. Maybe they're available or will be available on the app when that comes around. But as of right now, there has definitely been something of a frustration towards GW for the decision of potentially, advertising or promoting Scaventide as being this kind of one-stop shop with all this stuff in it. And as it turns out, isn't quite as content complete as they may have made it seem.
Yeah, because it says on the website, because it's got the... it says something along the lines of, it contains everything from Scaventide plus the endless spells, and I thought it was like printed for your convenience, which would imply that maybe it's in the big rule book, and this is just like in a nice handy sort of gaming aid, small format version. But I don't actually know if that's exactly what it says. Oh god, I'm just trying to navigate through the actual website, and it's a pain. I still can't quite get behind trying to find stuff from that homepage.
It is a nonsense. The Warhammer website is it's a fun place to dwell.
Yeah, it says, for customers that have already purchased the Warhammer Age of Sigmar Scaventide box set, this puts the cards into a handy book format and includes extra content, including in the spell rules.
Yeah.
Which does imply that the spells aren't anywhere else, and that's annoying.
I mean, it doesn't imply it, Phil. It says it.
Yeah, I'm so annoying.
That is not an implication. That is just
no, you are right. As you said, if they're for free because they sort of should be, that would be great. And if it's in the app or there's a free PDF, fine, I can sort of forgive you for that. Because they're not included in. Annoyingly, I assume in all the faction, indexes that you're buying. There's no spells there. So it's like, it'd be nice because I'm literally going to have cards for all my units, and, the endless spells are also now units. So it'd be great to have them in card format. This is bringing me on to another thing that I found quite annoying. And it's just, again, sort of semi-anti-consumer business practice, but I sort of understand it. It's like, they had a big launch for Scaventide. Great. I can choose to buy Scaventide, but I have zero concept or idea of what other stuff is coming out or prices. I don't know if I want to buy the core rulebook on its own. I don't know if I want to buy the General's Handbook. I don't really know if there is going to be any of that stuff. I assume so, but I don't know how long away it's going to be. They didn't tell us that it was coming the very next week, available for pre-order. I sort of wish they just released it all at the same time. So as a consumer, I could have made the choice of, actually, maybe I don't want Skaven Tide. Maybe I just want the GHB because that's got the rules in. Oh, it's also got these endless spells. That would be great. And then it's like, okay, cool. If I then want models or, the Spearhead stuff, I could have bought the Spearhead box separately. And maybe I would have just done that. But I sort of felt like they deliberately did it in a way where they pushed Skaven Tide and sort of FOMO everyone to buy it that does want to necessarily get into AOS. And then it's like, okay, cool, here's the actual stuff that you might need the next week. And it's like, oh, okay. I don't really want to buy the GHB book when I've got the card version. Although I appreciate the spiral bound version is probably the superior option. Out of the two.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said in terms of the staggered releases and the lack of complete transparency on what was coming when. I mean, obviously, they're always going to seek to, push and sell the big box because it's obviously a very big, compelling proposition. So, I understand why they give that its own window and why they push it that way. But I do agree with you. It would be nice for them to have maybe as a point of, a point of order or point of communication saying, hey, just so you know, the rulebook on its own comes out like a week later and, the GHB comes out a week later.
Because here's the thing, even if they weren't for sale, but they announced how much they would be. Because I think, as you said, the Skaven Tide is great value for what it is actually from Games Workshop. It's very expensive. Places like Element Games and third-party retailers had quite a substantial discount, which actually made it extremely tempting to get. And actually it made it basically palatable in my eyes as worth getting. However, I guess if you looked at the individual stuff, so you got the Spearhead stuff, you got the General's Handbook, you've got a big rule book, like you could look at all of those things and actually the Games Workshop prices of those does make you go like, actually, the Skaven Tide box is pretty decent. But I think there will be a proportion of people that will be like, actually, maybe I don't really need Skaven Tide. I want the cool rule book. But actually, the General's Handbook's a much better version because it's just smaller rules. If you like physical rules, you don't want to port around the big rule book. However, some people might want both because it's like the big rule book will look fantastic on your shelf alongside all your other, cool rule books of other games or editions of AOS. If you want to be a collector, you've got that. But the General's Handbook's a great kind of portable gaming aid. Really great production value. Always seems to have like little tokens and stuff in it as well, which would be interesting to see if we get this time around. But yeah, I just sort of wish they sort of either released them all at the same time or gave us notice as to what sort of things we were to expect.
Yeah, no, totally. Again, it's often the way, isn't it, with this stuff, is that Games Workshop's policy of like, no real information is always, again, it can be a bit of a double-edged sword. I find it most pronounced when we are looking at like tournaments or looking at any kind of like events and stuff. That's where I find their kind of lack of communication really frustrating because you have to make decisions based on events that are happening 6 weeks from now. And you're having to second guess yourself a lot. And that does happen a lot with stuff. It's like with you, with like what you're going through at the moment with your Thunder Warriors for a tournament that you're attending at the end of September. Like actually trying to kind of plan, build, construct something today within the constraints of 40K is so difficult because it's like, I want to build a very specific, very themed, very highly converted army. And I plan on playing it 9 months from now. It's like, well, your points are going to change at least 3 times. So, good luck with that. And that's assuming nothing else happens. In theory, I'm okay for that as an example. It's 3 months away, 2 and a bit. And the big updates just come where they have adjusted points. As I said in a previous episode, I think it went down by over 100 points.
So I had to build an extra character, which luckily didn't take too long. So that was fine. I obviously need to paint it, but I need to paint everything as well. So that's my biggest issue. In regards to this one, as you said already or alluded to, we're going to an event in 2 and a bit weeks, or 2 weeks by the time this episode is actually out. And then it was like, okay, cool. The index cards are coming out at some point, okay, cool. It's like, okay, do I want Skaven Tide because I want the rules? Although it'll be actually the rules are coming out for free or have come out for free. But in terms of like physical rules, it's like, okay, well, do I want that? When will the GHB come? When will those starter boxes come? Who knows? Because, they haven't announced those yet, like the mini starter boxes. That always seems to come indefinitely down the line. And then you go, well, if I don't buy this thing now, is it just going to be out of stock everywhere? And then I'm not even going to be able to buy the rules anywhere because I don't know how long it will be before the actual, this other stuff gets released. Obviously, it turns out pre-orders next week, or, now, in our case. But yeah, from the release of the actual Skaven Tide, it was the week after, which wasn't too bad. But it's like, you just don't know sometimes when this stuff is going to drop. So yeah, it does make you go through some difficult decision making in regards to these things.
For sure. And look, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a first world problem, right? But at the same time, it is very frustrating because, this cycle of releasing, changing stuff on such a frequent cadence creates such a weird kind of disconnect in terms of being able to kind of plan and immerse yourself in a particular project, unless you're able to be like, say, Joe and smash out an army a week or something. Not everyone is so gifted or capable, and it's just hard, right? The whole thing just becomes quite complex. And I mean, I even had it because my Age of Sigmar collection was Gloomspite Gits. I had I still do have a massive collection of Gloomspite Gits, and when we started playing AOS 3, because Gloomspite Gits were in a state of flux, I was like, well, I just can't risk it because I just don't know what the heck is going to happen to these guys. So I just ended up having to start a whole new army, which ended up being Iron Jaws, which has obviously gone on to be my main army of choice now. But it's very interesting how that stuff works. But anyway, what are you most excited about for AOS 4, Phil? Of the things you've seen, of the stuff you've heard, is there any one particular thing that you're really excited to experience?
Like just the game itself? I mean, that's a bit of a
but any particular aspect
answer
of it that makes you excited? You like the reaction-based stratagem systems?
Yeah, okay. No, that is a good point. The sort of the reaction mechanics, like where you can do, I guess, are they commands or
they
things?
will be commands, CPU point commands.
Yeah, so you can be like, cool, I can charge in my opponent's charge phase, I can move in my opponent's move phase. Stuff like that all seems really good. It's the sort of thing I would include in a game if I was designing it myself. So it seems sensible. It seemed really interesting when they released similar sort of rules in Horus Heresy. It feels like 40k doesn't quite get that correct. It's like things like shooting is either almost completely useless now in terms of Overwatch or wildly overpowered, depending on which unit it's on. The counter charge from heroic interventions sort of so niche to actually pull off it. I've never used it once. It seems pretty difficult to actually do nowadays. Whereas, in AOS, it's just pick a unit and charge with it. It's like simple. It doesn't revolve around this unit being charged by this and me being within 6 inches of that unit. It's like it's just much more streamlined. So I think that those will be great, game mechanics to try out. I think it will give you a real tough choice around your limited pool of resources in terms of your command points?
Command points, yeah.
Yeah, command points. So, I think you generate one at the beginning of your turn. I think one if you're going second, maybe
you're
one
completely
if you're...
wrong, Phil.
Is it one if you're the underdog, one if you're the...
You get one extra if you're the underdog, yeah. And again, that underdog stipulation is based on the specific specific missions and specific structure. So the way that
Is there no one for going second now?
No, so basically you both get 4.
Hmm.
You both get 4, but you have no other means of generating them unless you're the underdog.
Okay. So 4 CP. Now, do you mean 2 in each turn? So 4 in the battle round?
No, yeah, 4. You get 4 in each battle round, but it is given to you at the start. So basically, the way it works now is you both get 4. Which, if you think about it, in AOS 3, even if you went first, you got 2 command points for going first. So you got your 1 for going first, your other 1 for your general, and then you got another one in battle in part 2 of that. So you got a third, and then you had the opportunity to use the heroic action to gain potentially an additional 2 command points. So you could have as many as 5 command points across 2 turns.
Yes, although some were specific just to certain characters.
True, but you were usually able to kind of, eke those out and make them, work in different ways. Whereas now, you just get 4. However, if you're the underdog in certain scenarios, you also gain an additional 1 as well. So it's possible that you gain 5. Also, there is this new auxiliary mechanic around list building. I've already started mucking around with list building now that the army points are out there. It seems very difficult or very, very odd to imagine you'll ever have auxiliaries. I don't really understand any kind of context where that could be a reality, but I guess it can happen.
I think maybe certain units can only be auxiliaries, perhaps, or you just want to take a ton of elite infantry that are not enough heroes for them to go into regiments, perhaps.
Maybe.
I mean, it feels quite rare, but yeah, because the person with the least number of drops gets an extra 1. Is that right?
No, well, yeah. So if you add in auxiliaries, it's the person with the least amount of auxiliaries gets an additional CP.
Okay,
So
that neither of you have auxiliaries.
Well, then neither of you will gain CPs in those instances, as far as I can tell.
Okay, interesting. It gives you some interesting choices because obviously you could splurge all of your points in your turn or your opponent's turn and save none for the second turn.
Totally.
Round. It feels like there will, and I think this is the thing I was trying to get to. Like, it'd be interesting to learn that kind of sort of like the mechanics around when to use, when to save. Like the skill expression of, okay, cool, are the most important things to do to be able to like move and then charge with a unit in my opponent's turn. So I will always reserve the 2 command points for that. Or is there other stuff that I need to do on the tabletop with those points? So yeah, that's why I'm quite interested to see him play around with, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think the changes to the way that they've added these reactive stratagems is going to massively change the way the game is played, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see how people lean into those. Again, given that they're kind of universal mechanics and everyone has access to them, I do think you're not going to be in one of those situations where people are like, oh no, you got me with that type vibe. I think people are going to be very prepared for it, and it's definitely going to allow you to continue playing to your strengths. A lot of people have probably asserted very early on that things like Cadron Overlords being able to shoot in, their opponent's phase is very strong. But again, to me, I think it seems totally reasonable, and I think it's probably going to make some really interesting moments happen in game. So yeah, I'm really hyped to see what it brings, but I'm quite excited for it, to be fair. It's interesting as well, just to say, in terms of the General's Handbook, they've also gotten around to speculating or stipulating terrain layouts, which is something that I think a lot of people don't necessarily massively associate with AOS. AOS is a game that people kind of feel like is typically played on very kind of barren or very sort of empty boards, or more kind of thematic boards, I suppose. So seeing them be quite prescriptive about the type of terrain that you put in places, and then to give you a comprehensive index that clarifies what every piece of terrain is and what it is classified as in relation to these new terrain layouts is super interesting. Did you catch on to this, Phil? Did you see this?
Well, I know they previewed it a while ago, but beyond that, I haven't seen any more.
Well, fine. So, because in the new rule book that they put out today, if you go to the back of it, they basically have indexed every piece of terrain they've ever made for Age of Sigmar, and they tell you what it is in terms of what size it is, what type of thing it is.
So, is this after the spearhead stuff?
Yes, after the spearhead stuff. Yeah.
So going back to my point about a jumbo file size, I scrolled down to the bottom and all I got was some blank pages that weren't rendering. So that was obviously where they were. And even my phone couldn't cope, or the file wasn't, maybe corrupted or something. I don't know. I need to, go back maybe on my actual desktop and not try and load it up on my phone and actually see what those are.
Mm. But it's interesting, though. It's interesting that they've been very sort of particular about what types of things are and where those need to be positioned.
Okay.
Yeah, I genuinely think that's a really good thing, though. The problem is, though, as is inevitable, is where do you get hold of any of it, right? Like, if you genuinely want this stuff, I haven't been on Games Workshop's website for a minute. Let me just hang on. Oh God, this website.
Because there's normally a reasonable amount of terrain on there, but quite often I think they are sometimes just all sold out. So let's see. The first thing, 21 items. There's the Cron Spine. There's some battle mats. Okay, there's some trees. There's some ruins. It's mostly faction terrain here. Okay, is there anything generic? Warcry stuff.
Oh yeah, they got some Warcry trees.
Some strong points. Oh yeah, okay. It's 90% faction specific stuff. There's a few, battlefields in a box. That's what they're called. Yeah, that have terrain and mats in that have generic terrain. You've got. But
they're all out of stock.
Oh God, you are right. Yeah, they are. Have fun with Warcry terrain. Are they in there? Because they sell them. So are they?
Warcry terrain is in there as well.
Oh, okay, so you just got to have Warcry themed terrain, I guess.
Or you got to have the
lots of ruins.
Terrain.
Scattered terrain and woods. And technically, woods are faction terrain as well, but they do work quite well as generic stuff. I think the Realm Shaper engine. Take the bit of off the top, and that's just some, nice line of sight blocking terrain, and you've got goes with the woods for like sort of jungle type themes. And I think there's some other the Ruined Realm Shaper as well as part of Warcry terrain set that is available for £71. So I mean, you could get that, and you can have a nice Seraphon themed jungle army, I guess. I don't think necessarily the woods are particularly jungle aesthetic, but I mean, I think they'd work. I think they'd be fine.
Yeah, I mean, considering now. Let me just consult.
It's the same issue with the 40k stuff. It's like 10th edition came out. Cool. Here's some terrain rules. Great. But it's like, can we buy any of this amazing terrain that's featured in your rule book or anywhere else? No, basically is the answer. And I think that's, a detriment to sort of like the barrier to entry to the game to an extent. Although I'm sure people argue the price of the terrain is also a barrier to entry for those sorts of things. And it just drives people to third-party stuff, which I will say is a bit of a shame because I generally think the Games Workshop stuff is some of the best terrain out there, like visually. In terms of quality, it's, not MDF. It's not 3D printed stuff. There's some nice resin stuff out there, but that's, clunky, heavy, fragile sometimes if you to drop it. So, I think the plastic stuff's really nice, but it's, hard to get hold of.
So according to one of these maps, you require for this map 2 medium-sized obscuring terrain features, 2 medium-sized terrain or obelisks. Is that right? Or I can't read the because I'm looking at some JPEG of a thing. I say obelisk, could be something else. Obstacle is probably what it's actually saying.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry, there you go. Area, terrain, or obstacles. So 2 medium obstacles, 2 medium obscuring, 2 small places of power, and 2 small area terrain. So basically you are looking at needing to have purchased 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Games Workshop terrain kits.
So what, 400 quid?
Oh, yeah. Basically remortgage your house if you have one. If you're lucky enough to own one, give it up and trade it for plastic.
Hold on, let's have a quick look at that, the battlefield in a box to see how many bits of terrain you get in there. Because there were 2. There was the large, the small one gives you, the 2 places of power, like the sort of obelisk-y statues, I guess, that could also be walls. And then it gives you 2 buildings and a tiny barricade for £63. Amelia comes with a mat. The Realmscape one comes with 2 buildings. Again, one of the places of power gives you a floaty island building, which I don't know what that class has. Medium line of sight blocking could also be a place of power. And then you get like a giant snake bone thing, which is area terrain, I guess. Or obstacles maybe, and then you get a cron spine, which could add to anybody's army. That's £155, but I mean that is 1, 2, 3, 5 bits of terrain.
So there you go. You're only 3 shy.
Well, yeah. So if you bought both, if you bought both, annoyingly you end up with 3 identical statues, and I assume you get a. Actually, it might be the ruins that you get are actually different in terms of
there's two different styles. There's a slightly smaller one and a slightly longer one.
Yeah, and they look different. Oh no, actually, because the barricades were the same, so it does make me worry you're getting that in the other one as well. Yes, I think so. One of the bigger building in the smaller box set, I think, is the same building in the bottom left-hand corner of the big box set. So yeah, it's sort of repeating a little bit. I'm sure you used to get, maybe it was the 40k one where actually they were distinctly different.
And yeah, I mean, I was checking as well, Phil. Apparently the domicile, like the ruins, the shells, the walls, they're classed as small. I mean, one of them definitely is small and one of them's a bit bigger. But,
I would say one of them's medium-sized.
I would have asserted medium, but apparently not. No, if you want to get into the medium obscuring or area terrain pieces, you need to go a bit bigger.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Exciting times for all involved. Cool. Yeah. So anyway, 4th edition AOS. Is there anything else we wanted to talk about in particular? Obviously, we'll be playing it this weekend, I imagine. Phil, you coming down here?
No, I'm doing stuff. I think this maybe Sunday I could do.
Tim's coming here Saturday. I think Richie is coming here Saturday.
Well, thanks for this invite. If you,
I assumed it was. Here's the thing, right? I don't.
You just assume I'm free, and I'm just twiddling my fingers at home, waiting for your call to invite me down.
Let me clarify this. I don't invite anyone. People invite themselves, Phil. That's how it works. People invite themselves, and I assume others with them. It's not me. I'm merely the guy with the space, as it were.
Well, I feel more offended and left out that both Richie and Tim have organised to come see you and not included me. Then, like, how dare they?
That's true. That's true. Absolutely.
How rude. But no, sadly, I'm busy Saturday. I don't think I can really do it Saturday. Sunday, I think I would be free. Sunday I could do.
Well, maybe we'll reschedule for Sunday.
Yeah. Although the train that doesn't stop is my Thunder Warriors also needs working on, but I could probably suspend one day to play AOS 4 because I do feel like we need to actually get some practice in before the big event in a couple of weeks' time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of other stuff I'm excited for, I would actually like to play some Spearhead. I know we talked about it when Combat Patrol came out and we've never touched it, but Spearhead looks genuinely interesting with some good mechanics. Honestly, good mechanics that should possibly be in either the main game or in, a game of 40k. Like the idea that you've got your cards that you can score, but you can instead elect to do something cool with them instead. Seems fantastic. I would happily have that as a cool mechanic in like the Prior Nexus deck or the maybe in actual proper AOS as well. But it'd be nice to try that out in Spearhead for sure.
Yeah, totally, man. I mean, I think sincerely, I'm a big fan of the bigger games of Warhammer Age of Sigmar, or by extension 40k, just because I feel like they're better representations of like simulation of battle. I always felt like with Combat Patrol, because of the smaller board size and the various compromises that introduces, the whole thing always felt a little bit board gamey, which is fine because ultimately that's what it is. But yeah, I always prefer playing the bigger games, but it does seem like Spearhead has taken multiple steps forwards in terms of being able to give a better standard of play.
Yeah, so one, I think the fact that there's less shooting in the game helps, but also two, because obviously it's all combat focused, right? And you've got to get into combat, but the way that they have reserve units, so you're not often playing with your full box set, and that stuff can come in at later stages, helps mitigate things like the table size, number of models, because actually, yeah, I think even the Spearhead stuff, the concern with that is it's just too small a table size for the amount of models. But I hope with the stuff going in reserve fixes that as a problem.
Yeah, I hope so too. But I think, overall, it's exciting, man. So looking forward to seeing what happens with it. Did you buy Skaven Tide in the end? You didn't, did you?
Well, I did. I shock horror, because I know you don't know this. I ummed with it, and this was my thought process. I saw the price on Games Workshop, and I was like, dear God, not buying that. I then saw the price on Element Games, which I think was $120. I think it was something like that. And basically, my logic was, so Bits and Kits, shout out to that website, the great Bits reseller in the UK, they are doing splits of the box set down. So you could buy the rule book, you could buy the all the Spearhead stuff as well, including the terrain and the Spearhead book. All of that, I think, came to £60. And that's what I was originally going to do, just buy that as a split down box. And I think that's all I did with AOS for free bits, and Leviathan, basically. And I was going to do that, but I was like, well, I know Dan's going to give me some Stormcast, but it's like, well, actually, I really could do with doubling up on those units of Liberators and the flying guys. So, and then basically once I totted those units up that I wanted, it then came to about 80, 90 quid. And I was like, well, for 20, 30 quid more, I get all the units, which means I can have those little Acolyte models for my Minotaurs army that I wouldn't be purchasing otherwise. And then obviously I've got all the other stuff I can just like get rid of somehow or flog or what have you. So I was like, okay, I'll just buy it, because yeah, it just seemed like pretty good value when I factored in the Element Game retail price, basically. So I succumbed, basically.
Nice.
Regret slightly, only for the fact that, things like in the spells in the General's Handbook, if that's not in the Skaven Tide at all, that'd be a bit annoying. But we will see.
Well, you get, Fire and Jade. That looks fun.
Well, here's the thing. I felt like, because I want to play the Spearhead, that it all came with it in that made it worth it. If it wasn't for that, actually, I would have just split it and then just bought the cheapest way to get into AOS 4, if you're someone that doesn't like Stormcast or Skaven, just buy the General's Handbook. Like, that's it. Don't bother, if you're not that fussed about Spearhead, don't bother with that. Like, it's a separate game. Just buy the General's Handbook. That's the most player-friendly manual for, it's your rules. It's got your current missions and stuff. It's all in a nice portable format. then I ordered the index cards this week on pre-order for my Nighthaunt to give those a go, because that would be handy, because the app can be a bit fiddly with a constant referencing stuff, and I think as a beginner gaming aid, I think it's quite good. So I would just do that. If you really need to, you could look at other bits and bobs, or sites like Bits and Kits for individual bits as and when's needed. But yeah, I think it was reasonably good value in the end.
No, I did feel like the Element game price. It was hard to say no to it at that point, and I'm excited to get it, and I'm excited to start playing it. I think AOS free has been such a surprise hit for me. Like, I genuinely continue to be amazed at how much fun I have playing Age of Sigmar free. Me and Richie had some games on Saturday, final games for his Slaves to Darkness as they are now, and obviously my Iron Jaws, and both those games were incredibly close, and both of them were just filled with loads of really mad moments and really amazing kind of instances where, the game was just really, really fun and dynamic and interesting. And I really can't say enough good stuff about Age of Sigmar 3. I think it has been a really, really breakout edition for the game. And I think that Age of Sigmar 4 is getting the opportunity to build on the shoulders of that giant. And, it's so evident that so many more people are finally coming around to looking at Age of Sigmar. It's almost 10 years since it originally released, and I think it has just got to a point now where the fluff is a lot more interesting, the game is a lot more interesting, the ranges are really cool. There's just a lot to love about it, and I think the die-hard Warhammer fans, i.e. the old world fantasy fans, are still going to find a reason to be annoyed about the events of the end times and the origination of the original kind of vanilla AOS 1.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think where we are now, I genuinely think if Games Workshop wake up and realize that they just need to put down the Stormcast and just leave that range alone for a bit and flesh out and do more with some other ranges, I think the sky's the limit for Age of Sigmar at the minute. I genuinely think it is I genuinely think AOS 3 is a superior game to 40k in terms of pure gameplay, and potentially AOS 4 could be better still. But again, we'll reserve judgment. I've been burned before, Phil, so I don't want to overplay my hand there.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I think for us, in terms of we basically got into AOS in the last year of the edition, I think going forwards, it'll probably always have like this sort of special place in our hearts. It was like our first proper edition of AOS that we played, even though I know you sort of got bits or played a little bit of AOS 1.
I played AOS 1 and I hated it. I thought it was a terrible game.
Yeah, but I think AOS 3 will have a nice, potentially borderline even rose-tinted glasses view of it being this great game. It's like I've had plenty of games that I've found very frustrating or horrible mechanics have just appeared out of nowhere because actually there's a lot of randomness and a lot of like jank in people's armies. But every army has that. And I think, it was a bit of a learning curve to try and embrace that and basically be like, cool, every army can do a bunch of really random, nutty, overpowered stuff, but everyone can do it. So it's balanced, even though it doesn't feel like it. And I think once I got past that, I started to get into the game a lot more. So, but I've always enjoyed it. I've always thought mechanically it's a very good game and it's got a lot going forwards with it. It's interesting now that they're sort of fleshing out the lore with more maps and stuff's happening within those maps. And there's a lot of developer interviews going about on other YouTubers about why AOS was created, what was happening with Warhammer Fantasy, the reasons behind AOS. So that's really interesting. And it does make you wonder if in like another 10, 20 years, AOS would have painted itself into the same corner as Warhammer Fantasy has in terms of it was designed for this unlimited scope where anything can happen and each realm is absolutely giant. But actually, by creating maps for all of these realms and defining stories, like, okay, well, the Skaven now have prescribed locations in each of the realms. You end up with just, rather than, one Warhammer old world map that feels very restrictive, in 20 years time, we'll just have, 9 maps that are all restrictive because they've all been fleshed out and end up having the same problems with old world. I'm not sure that's necessarily actually going to happen, but it's interesting to speculate that they could. And I think they just need to be a bit loosey-goosey with the, with not just the maps, but also the setting, and constantly reinvigorate it with new factions is what I would like to see, rather than just constantly develop the same old armies. It's like, yes, once maybe they've done a range refresh for Stormcast, it's like, don't give us new Stormcast. As much as I love my Nighthaunt, don't give me new Nighthaunt. It's like, I want the existing ranges to sort of be time capsuled, and I think that was the thing that was so great about them early on, and since then they have expanded upon them quite drastically, but constantly giving us new factions is a lot more interesting than just expanding existing factions, even though I appreciate lots of fans want bigger armies and bigger collections, but then that gives you the problem of, well, our game's hard to balance, our battle tomes are too bloated, or we're going to have to range refresh them, or we're going to have to, legends a bunch of units because there's too many for the army now. So I think keeping each faction quite tight helps mitigate a lot of those problems. So yeah, I hope they do that correctly going forwards.
I think for me, I'd love to see a destruction army of humans. I'd love to see humans that are followers of Gorkamork.
What the humans in the game Gorkamork, the diggers. Yeah, maybe a fancy version of diggers would be quite interesting. I think my go-to would be Chaos Dwarves.
Yes, 100%. Yes,
they've teased them, I think, in a lot of the background. Here's the thing: I love the old school '90s big hats, and I also love the Forge World. Sort of range. Effectively a range refresh, a bit more of a serious tone to them. Weirdly, I think the Warhammer Total War straddles the line and includes both of them in their army. So I'd like to see what a range refresh could do, taking bits of both of those elements. Give us some of the old big hats, but give us some of the, the cool trains and land vehicles and some of the more serious, scary looking units from the Forge World range. I'd love to see that. I think would be very cool.
Or out of the blue, some kind of giant ape army. That'd be great. Give us some kind of like wild King Kong army. That'd be great.
Ooh, yeah. Well, I have seen a lot of people say, give us a destruction army, because there hasn't been a new one for ages, and they haven't really.
Yeah, I mean, obviously
had much love in comparison to some of the other factions.
We've done all. I mean, Gloomspite this edition got quite a good amount of stuff.
You got Crawl Boys as a new faction, even though it was under the umbrella of Orruk War Clans.
Yeah, which I think was a mistake, because that's like basically Fire Slayers and Cadron Overlords being in the same faction.
Yeah, keep them separate for sure.
But yeah, I think and obviously we've got the Sons of Behemoth, the new giant kit as well, which is really lovely. And technically we also got Craggy, old Kragnos.
Well, he came out at the end of the last edition, but yeah, he's a very new model.
So I mean, it's not been terrible for destruction, but
I guess you lost Beastmen, but
they were Chaos, weren't they? They were a Chaos faction.
I feel like you need a Beastman to be in destruction, even if it's more like Kragnos Centauri type fellows would be something.
I feel like maybe something like humans worshipping Gorkamork would be cool, or some kind of like more kind of like big beastie thing, but more leaning into more of a cut. Because the thing is with like giants and ogres is they're just like big fat humans, right? It's like it's cool. I mean, giants are very distinct very unmistakably giant, but like something that's more like big crazy beasts would be
maybe
fantastic.
You have humans that are beast tamers, so they're like how the gobbos are on the giant spiders. It's like that, but for an entire faction. So they're riding around on all these giant crazy insects and beasts and animals, and then you can have a real collection of different monsters in there.
Or it could be dwarfs, Phil. That would be good, wouldn't it? Like imagine, or like elves maybe, but maybe not elves, but like a dwarf mining situation where they dug too deep and encountered this subterranean like crazy sort of destructive force that has kind of warped their fragile little minds, and now they're
isn't that Fire Slayers? Fire Slayers and the Magnadroths. They've literally dug too deep, and you've got the lava beasts.
Well, these guys didn't dig deep enough because they were too tempted by something else. But yeah, maybe humans with something. Yeah, something jungly would be quite cool, like something that leans, because obviously they're removing the savage orcs, the bone splitters. They're going, so they kind of had that. Obviously, you've got things like the Seraphon, the lizard men. They lean more into a jungle
very
setting.
beastie.
Yeah. So it's like, well, what's a fun counterbalance to them? Like maybe some kind of troll army, maybe that's doing more stuff with like jungles and things, like jungle trolls. That could be kind of fun. So yeah, there's lots of potential, I think, within Destruction. They definitely could flex their creativity. Their order is just overly served at the moment. There's so much stuff in order.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say no to more classic dwarves, because high elves, you've got Lumineth. I feel like they're pretty served by them, whereas your classic fantasy dwarves don't really exist. I mean, yes, they're technically in Seeds of Sigmar, but I think they should leave that and be their own thing and have a ranger refresh akin to Seeds of Sigmar and give us some cool new models and stuff like that would be nice. Although with that versus Old World, I don't know if we would, and they want to keep them separate. I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows? But, the good thing has been, I mean, throughout the span of AOS 3, it has mostly been updates, right? Like, I mean, in terms of new factions, they added the Cruel Boys, Cities of Sigmar, which was obviously like a range refresh.
Yeah, Soul Blight got a really big range refresh.
Yeah, lots of range refreshes, but nothing particularly new, unless I'm forgetting something in particular, which I probably am. But I feel like, yeah, on the whole, hopefully we see a bit more updates across the forth. But anyway, that'll do. Thanks so much for listening to us ramble about our general kind of thoughts on AOS at the moment. Appreciate it wasn't the most well-structured segment you've ever listened to in your life, but then when has it ever been? Final thoughts, Phil, or shall I just transition out of here?
Well, looking forward to it. Let us know your thoughts and feelings in the comments below if there is a place to, leave comments. And if not, go find the place and leave a comment there.
Indeed. Seek us out in the places where comments can be put. Transitional noise. All right, we're going to be talking about 41st Millennium Dave's Instagram account. Thanks again, Dave, for the 5-star review. It means a lot to us, and thus we're happy to plug, promote, support your efforts on Instagram. So we've tracked you down, 41st Millennium _Dave. If you want to go check out the account and read along beside us, please just go to the link in the description or just type in what I just said, and you'll be able to click through and check it out for yourself. But Phil, what's the initial vibe, man? What are we seeing? What's the vibe?
Trigger warning, everyone. Dave is a brush licker. If you don't want to see him licking brushes, look away from his Instagram account. But other than that, very good, well-painted minis to a high standard. Lots of Space Marines. Quite a lot of Space Marines in lots of different colours, actually, by the looks of it. Really cool.
Mate, I mean, other than your, controversial take on his brush licking, I
Brush
didn't realise
licking is wrong. No, you can't lick your brushes. I don't know why. I've never had to lick my brush once ever.
Yeah, but like that means you've, obviously just never been able to develop a taste for it.
Exactly. Don't get hooked on that brush gum.
I mean, next thing you're going to tell me you never pick your nose and eat it.
Well, obviously I don't, Dan.
Oh my God, what's going on here today? The revelations.
I know.
I'm so confused. But no, all that stuff aside, no, yeah, I mean, I echo what Phil's saying. There's some really beautiful stuff in here. I notice one of the more recent posts is a number of stickers on display atop some kind of board that is, mounting their painting area. And there's distinct lack, isn't there, Phil, there, of any Lookout Sir stickers, which is a terrible shame, really.
No, I know. Well, basically that means he's not met us at a gaming event where I've had them to give out, or he's not ordered anything from my shop, because that is the normal go-to way where you can get a Beyond the Tabletop and Lookout Sir sticker complimentary with every order. So yes, obviously most people don't get to have the stickers, but I think it would look good amongst all of those other stickers.
We'll make an effort to send it along, Dave. If you reach out to either of us on the Instagrams, although to be fair, Phil's probably the better one to talk to.
It'd be me paying for postage costs. But yes, by all means, you can reach out and we'll sort something out.
There you go. There's also some, kind of imagery here of him adorning high-vis, jackets and doing some kind of construction work in addition.
Yes, those are the brush licking videos.
Really?
It's the what I do at work and when I'm at home type vibes. Did I see some Crawl Boys as well? Did I make
There
that
are some
up?
Crawl Boys, yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, again, a real mix of like AOS and 40k stuff. Like you said, really good painting standard, really clean, crisp highlights, really nice looking stuff. Again, the Crawl Boys scheme, very high contrast, which is really great to see. I think there's some really beautiful design, effort that's gone into those. Has the Crawl Boys boss that I actually didn't bother picking up, the new like limited run one they did a couple of months back. So yeah, that's really cool to see. I noticed as well there's a picture of him tournament playing with our buddy Chapter Master Valric as well. That's always a treat to see. He's out there meeting the people, meeting the celebs.
The real famous people.
The real famous people, absolutely, absolutely. Chapter Master Valric is the real deal. He, very generous of him to have given his time many moons ago to join us on the pod. But he is, to be fair to Chapter Master Valric, he's a lovely, lovely human being. But it's a really interesting mixture of stuff. I mean, I can only really highly praise it and encourage you, dear listeners, to go check it out and give him a follow. Myself and Phil have followed back. It's really cool to see, and yeah, it's just a beautiful selection. Again, a couple of pictures of him, like Warhammer World and things. So you never know, man. Maybe one day our paths will cross. It could be predestined, written in the stars, potentially.
Yes, exactly. I think it could happen.
Wow, you just gotta believe. But yes, awesome. Well, look, thanks so much, Dave. Honestly, sincerely. We sincerely, genuinely mean it. When people take the time out of their day to support the podcast, give us that 5-star review, show us some appreciation for the effort that we put in, it really makes the whole thing worthwhile. And we do really sincerely appreciate it. And hopefully, I'm doing the best I can of communicating that efficiently at this point. But yeah, sincerely, really impressed with your work. Really looking forward to seeing more of it. And, massive thank you for, showing the love and support to Lookout. So it means the world to us. So, yeah, thank you. Phil, anything to add before we move on?
Not at all. I think you've eloquently, succinctly said everything. So I just echo your words like a parrot.
That's how it is. All along, this has just been a very elaborate effort by one person to do a couple of different voices.
Exactly, boy, it is, yes. You don't even need to throw it anywhere. You're just, doing it in your own studio.
That's it. The lengths I go to. Anyway, Sincerely, thank you, Dave. It's been a pleasure checking out your stuff and looking forward to seeing more of it. And yeah, do please message us about the stickers because we'd be more than happy to send some over to you. And maybe somewhere down the road we'll find ourselves across the tabletop from one another and sling some cubes. But until that day, transitional noise. All right, I'm freestyling it. We're going to see whether this becomes a segment or whether this becomes an outro. It could be either or the same. How are you, Phil? You all right?
Yeah, good, thanks. Good indeed. Currently blitzing through my Thunder Warrior project because that train does not stop for anything. The brakes are off. It's hurtling towards September, so I've just got to work as fast as I can on the project.
I'm desperately trying to remember the name of the Star Fox 64 level where there's a train and it doesn't stop and it smashes into a building at the end. I think it was called Macbeth.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, which I guess maybe, could have had some connotations. But yeah, it was using the Landmaster, which was the tank vehicle that they added to Star Fox 64, or Lilac Wars, as it was called here in the United Kingdom, because we already had a Star Fox, presumably.
Oh, weird. I always thought it was Star Fox.
No, so when it was first released, it was called Star Wing, and then it was also called Lilac Wars, but that was something to do with IP infringement here in the United Kingdom. I'm not entirely sure what the originator of the Star Fox was, but it certainly wasn't Nintendo and their what was the FX chip? There you go, going old school there.
Yeah.
Magical times. But yeah, no, we're gonna freestyle it. In many ways, Phil, these are always my favourite segments when we just sort of chew the cud, have a chat, see what's going down. But I was going to talk about an interesting thing that I saw as a kind of opener and see where it takes us. But I noticed that over the weekend, now that Pariah Nexus is around, and now that, the very comprehensive balanced data slate is around, I noticed that a lot of armies won events this weekend. So across the world, many events took place, and many different armies won with like 5 or 6-0 results. And then the good people of Art of War did a tier list video recently where the lion's share of armies ended up in the A, B tier area. So basically, the only armies that the Art of War currently consider bad are Death Watch at C tier and Genestealer Cult at D tier. The only army...
Which is quite ironic, because I saw a list of all the results over the weekend with a performance percentage of how much they've grown. And I think at the top was actually Death Watch. So it had actually, I think, improved the most and also had won something or had quite a good percentage win rate. However, the number of people playing that was so low, it was obviously going to be quite a skewed result in comparison to others that had thousands of people playing them or hundreds of playing them.
Yeah. The only army, by the way, they gave S-tier status to, at least based on the image I'm looking at here, is the Blood Angels. So there you go. Intriguing, where the feast and famine, I suppose, resides.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, I also saw, because I'm in some of the Custodes groups, that one of the Custodes armies had won like an RT event. I think it was a full Pure Sisters army / detachment. Just Sisters, which was quite amazing and obviously a bit of an interesting, unusual list. But it is kind of good to see that it is actually viable. I think for a lot of people, it's just not a build that they would want to lean into because it's just a lot of the same box again and again.
because that's one of the things that really intrigues me about all of this and why I wanted to talk about it. Because, I mean, on one hand, and I think this is a very real and very fair perspective, having so many armies, the lion's share of armies, if we're to believe this this tier list, actually occupying a very kind of level pegging, to be in a situation where arguably all of the armies bar Death Watch and GSC are either good or good enough is potentially a very good place for the game. But I'm really intrigued whether you agree with that or whether, I suppose, even I agree with that. Because in truth, I sort of look at it and I go, is it a good thing? Is this really what we actually really deeply down want? Did we want a situation where the game was this balanced? Because in a way, you find yourself asking the question of what did it take to get it here, and is it better for it in the grand scheme of things? I kind of feel like it is, but then I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it and kind of debate it, because we've never been in this situation ever where the game is theoretically this.
Well, I think end of 9th edition was quite balanced as well.
There was an argument that there was balance, but the thing is that within 9th edition, there were still very skewed lists and things that created very particular kind of differences. And everyone kind of understood and knew that there were very particular kind of boogeyman builds that were doing a lot of heavy lifting. It feels like at the moment that not only is the kind of the external win rate balance quite strong, but there is actually a relatively reasonable amount of internal balance. Yes, every army has terrible units that you're not going to take, but and every army has the bestest unit that you're going to take. But it does feel like more and more there is a lot more options and a lot more viability. And I feel like, to me, I think it's indicative of the way that they've changed the game, i.e. overemphasize the importance of standing on circles. I think when you kind of boil down the game to those interactions, maybe, just maybe, it is easier to create a set of circumstances where there is balance. Because if you're using older, more expressive rule sets where the goal was more about obliterating your enemy rather than, accomplishing tasks, the balance was innately more difficult to achieve because there was more of a rock, paper, scissors gameplay to it. Whereas now it feels like we're moving into a world where everyone's a rock.
Well, I guess the idea with that kind of gameplay is that even if you are getting blown off the table, so long as you have a few units left, you can still potentially play the game. You can still sit on a couple of objectives. You can still achieve your secondaries. And in a way, you could say that is better because it's more interesting that even if you are losing in terms of model numbers, that you're still actually able to score points. I guess it is a different game, but I think a lot of people do enjoy that aspect of it. A couple of questions I had was with the GSC doing very badly. Is that because they were using the index? Because their codex has only just dropped. So was the new codex in play? Do you know, for those results?
As I understand it, yes, that codex has been in circulation for a couple of weeks now. So as I understand it, that's coming to the fore. But I think the reality is that a lot of the tech and a lot of the clever stuff that's in GSC probably hasn't had an opportunity to emerge from the construction meta at this point, because obviously people are retailoring, learning, and building lists. But I will say that, GSC, much like with Mechanicus before them, are one of those armies that from a kind of archetype or an archetypal perspective struggles within the game of modern 40k because of their overall kind of squishiness, I suppose. A lot of modern 40k is about trading and getting the most back for the least amount lost, I suppose. And armies like GSE, because they're quite brittle, struggle in that kind of trade and maybe they don't have the same level of efficiency at taking stuff off of people. Maybe they have to overcommit to try and get stuff off of people, and that has a negative impact on their performance. GSC really always feel like once the ambush has been sprung, they become quite static and they become quite manageable. They have like a really powerful opening gambit where they kind of reveal their hand and do their thing. And then we end up in a situation where they're just sort of stuck, with their relatively poorly armored bottoms out in the rain, I guess. And then, it all starts to kind of fall apart. Whereas you look at like armies that are obviously overperforming in this edition, they all have good access to mobility, incredibly good toughness, incredibly good durability, which I acknowledge is the same as toughness. But you know what I mean? Like durability, maneuverability, but also just access to really reliable damage output is really powerful and gives people a lot of opportunities. And I mean, it's been interesting seeing how like Guard have changed already in this update, because obviously previously Guard had been very out of line of sight, or rather indirect fire focused, whereas a lot of Guard players seemingly over the weekend have done well by bringing more kind of mechanized tank based lists, which is super fun to see.
Yeah, because now they can move and get the benefits of their army ability. So it used to be that if you didn't move, you got lethal hits. But now they've tweaked it slightly, so now you get it even if you have moved, but it's dependent on what kind of model you are. So if you're an infantry unit, you only get lethal hits against other infantry, I think. Correct, that is. Yep. And then if you're
infantry mounted swarms is the free.
Yeah, and then if you've got the squadron keyword, which means you're a tank predominantly, you can get lethals against monsters and vehicles. A lot of people have talked to me about this and they've wanted my opinion on it and think it could be tweaked, because I think the main issue with it is you have certain vehicles and units which don't actually play into that. So you have heavy weapon teams, infantry with las cannons that only get lethals against infantry when it's clearly designed for shooting at tanks. You have tanks like the Punisher, for example, which is an anti-infantry tank that doesn't get the benefit against anti-infantry, and it only gets against vehicles. So it's not a perfect system. It's sort of fine for what it is. I think the way I was looking at it, and actually the way I would look at it, would be effectively if the damage characteristic of your weapon is, I would say, maybe 3 up, possibly 2, but I'd probably say it's 3 up. You get the lethals against infantry. So you get the lethals against vehicles and monsters, because that predominantly puts you in the las cannons, the melters, the big blast weapons for your tanks. But it excludes things like heavy bolters and autocannons, which you would arguably say is more suited for infantry for the most part.
Where'd you stand on the Lehman Russ Eradicator, though, eh? Damage free on them, innit? The old plasma cannons.
Yeah, I would. Well, the way the
if you have free damage, it should be both. Like lethal hits against everything.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting one, flat free damage. Yeah, I mean, in a way, because of the strength of the plasma, it's still really. I don't know. It's still more. It feels more like plasmas in that kind of heavy infantry killer category. Yeah. Like it's if it's free damage, you're meant to be killing Terminators, basically, right? Could be used against vehicles, so it's got a bit more of a dual role. But I don't think the strength's particularly great. But then maybe that's why you want the lethals on it. So, yeah, it's an interesting one, but it does sort of free up the sort of static nature that Astra Militarum was sort of stuck in with that ability. So I kind of hated it. It was for that reason. So it's good that it allows you to be more mobile with everything.
I mean, Guard were always on the cusp of being very meaningful in this edition, because at the moment we have ended up in quite a vehicle-heavy meta. People are leaning into, various vehicles and utilizing transports just because of the relative affordability of them, but also the safeguarding and, dealing with what was previously quite abusive in the form of indirect fire. So I think, in all sincerity, like Guard were always, a couple of updates away from being more meaningful. I imagine they're still a ways off from being everything they can be, but they aren't yet a codex army, right? So I feel like as much as I agree with your points about the situational nature of certain types of tanks, certain types of infantry, I think as a catch-all, it's a perfectly viable solution. I think now it's just going to come down to them, giving them something a bit more meaningful when they finally do give them a book and figuring out what that looks like. Because, once we start to see more types of detachment for Guard, once we start to see tank detachments, Catachan themed detachments where it's more like jungle fighter-esque or whatever, or they could do all sorts of really exciting things with Guard. Noting, obviously, as well that their 9th edition book was essentially this, right? Because one of the aspects of their 9th edition book was, adopting the concept that a Guard army consisting of miniatures from multiple ranges comes together to form one coherent whole. So they were one of the first books that kind of did away with the notion that you needed to paint it in a certain scheme or be a particular type of thing to get the particular type of thing, which I thought was quite cool.
Yes, if I remember rightly, it was just you can pick, it was either 2 or 3, maybe 2 traits from a table, and it was like, there you go, build your own regiment however you want and have the freedom to do it, which is kind of cool. I think it had some downsides from, cookie cutter narratives built into it, so it was a bit harder if you want to follow a kind of core concept or archetype, but it does give you the freedom to play around with it. It'll be interesting because, it's interesting because obviously you have Catachan and you have Krieg infantry with their own specialist rules on the data sheet. So therefore, do you really need to double down into a detachment that plays into it? I guess for Catachan, technically it'd be, it's interesting because Krieg and Catachan are similar in terms of they're both quite artillery heavy, but Catachan has more of a flamer element to it, whereas Krieg have an artillery sort of play style, but they also have that kind of cult of sacrifice element to it as well. So will there be an infantry cult of sacrifice sort of detachment that could be for them, but then it could be also appropriate for like Pinar Legion or I can't remember the name of them, but the Cadian, sort of like the New Guard, basically, the white helmet dudes, the fresh meat to the grinder type people,
the shock troopers,
white shields.
White shields. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Good. Oh, God, do you remember when they got rules for all of 5 minutes?
Yes, it was in one of the Warzone books.
Yeah, it was a really good rule set. I do genuinely feel like, and I'm going through this with AOS at the moment, but I do genuinely feel like we barely got the chance to really enjoy the last moments of 9th edition. It sort of just felt like, and again, I know it's hard to say this because, let's be honest, 9th was messy and we were probably we were definitely ready to say goodbye to it. But it is interesting because there's so many little moments where you're like, oh, that was a really cool concept that no one ever really had an opportunity to really spend any time with. And it's just sort of a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to blame the competitive crowd or people like us bemoaning the edition, even though I'm sure we did our fair share of it. But I do feel like if you were a casual player that really liked narrative gaming, you could have had one of the best times in 9th edition because there were so many extra rules specifically to do with, detachments and army archetypes. If you wanted specific narrative kind of gaming elements like sort of city fighting and stuff like that, I don't think there was a lot for you. I think there was like occasional bits. I don't think really Crusade.
Do you not remember the Urban Conquest book?
Oh, well,
wait,
that
was 8th edition. I apologise. That was 8th.
Yes, yeah, but there were elements to it in 8th that was pretty good.
8th was so good.
I feel like the downside of 9th was the complexity of the rules. So a lot of the casual gamers would probably struggle with all of those elements of rules, but then you sometimes need the depth of those rules to have, those extra bolt-on rules to tell the story of, okay, we're doing city fighting. Here's my white shields. Here's my, custom detachment of whatever it might be, and my upgraded characters. It's like, unfortunately, it's part and parcel that you do get rules bloat with it. But I feel like maybe there was too much complexity in the core rules to maybe, or the core codexes to then feel like you had the mental space and capacity to build on those extra plugins to do with campaigns and other systems.
Yeah, I feel like for me it was always the case that, like, certainly with Crusade, it always felt like, as I said many times before, the hat on the hat analogy. But the thing was with Crusade was like, I don't really mind like the RPG system necessarily, but it was always that thing where it's like, I have proposed that today I'm doing an oath of whatever and my own secret missions, and there was like that lack of interactivity within it where it's literally like, I'm here doing my own thing, you're my opponent, we'll have some fun, but at the end I'm going to spend half an hour doing some paperwork and rolling some dice and getting excited about all the new jank that I'm going to unleash on my next opponent. And it always sort of felt just a bit weird because it was very uninteractive in that way. Like, to me, and why I genuinely loved 8th edition from a narrative perspective, because it still held true to the idea that here is a way that you can build a fun narrative force. There are benefits to doing it because we are going to give you systems and methodologies that benefit you, because in 8th edition it was more about spending command resource to gain access to certain detachments and doing certain types of things, which I inherently liked more than the 9th edition system of do things. No, sorry, that was it. It was 8th edition was build within restrictions and be rewarded, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Yes, which I think was superior.
Yeah, you could spend different spend your command points to unlock different detachments, or effectively, you go for the generic CAD would give you the most command points, but if you went for, the Vanguard or ones that unlocked, your elites, and your fast vehicles and stuff, you would have less command points to spend at the beginning of the game.
Oh yeah,
and those were all you had. Now, the Vigilus book I think was a really great point in time because that actually had some really narrative detachments. Everyone bar Necrons, if I recall correctly,
yes,
from that first book, got something, and it was pretty fun. I mean, maybe not Chaos Demons, but I think even they got something. Maybe they came out in the second book. But pretty much everything, all the main factions. Chaos Demons, not really a main faction, got something out of it.
I mean, in many ways, Bill, they are the main faction, right? Like, I mean, everything's in service to the Chaos Demons, surely. Like, they're the ones spitting the spit that is.
Well, I would argue that Chaos Gods and Chaos Demons are slightly different, but faction-wise, yes, they're the minions of the gods, yeah. So, I think it was really good though, because everyone got a couple of really interesting things. You had what they called, not the Grey Shields, but it was something like that.
Shields, yeah,
it was Grey Shields.
The Crusade.
Yeah, but effectively the newborn Space Marines that were in like unpainted armor, all their pauldrons were unpainted, and they could.
They did some official artwork of it. It was literally they used their founding chapters paint scheme and had a tiny grey shield detail on it. So they were basically all the colours of the rainbow with little emblems.
Because they were all teamed up together. And that was like, in a way, that was like a really interesting bit of storytelling for the Primaris Marines, that they sort of just came and went really quickly.
They got retconned, didn't it? By the time they got to 9th edition, they were like, that did happen. But in fact, because they didn't, that was the mad thing of it, wasn't it? It was the idea that the Indomitus Crusade occurred in the events between 7th and 8th edition, we were many years in the future after Primaris had become normalized and were part of everyday Imperium life.
Yeah.
And obviously the Citrix Maledictum thing, the rift had occurred. So all of that stuff was established in 8th. But then in 9th, they were like, oh, people like the Indominus Crusade. So we're going to go back and focus on the Indominus Crusade. But then what they actually did was go, well, no, not really. What we're going to do is we're going to do immediately after the Indominus Crusade. So that's all done.
Well, I think it's sort of still going on because they still have the torchbearer fleets where the Custodes go out to rearm old chapters and replace them with the Primaris. But weirdly, I think you're right in saying that at least the concept of the Grey Shields hasn't really been explored or covered in any way, at least in the sort of more, let's say, the lore books, not the Black Library, because there might be stuff in the Black Library. And
Black Library have done, some.
Because Black Library, well, weirdly, that I've only read, I think, the first 2 and a bit of the. I'm trying to think the name of the series.
Plague Wars?
No, I've read the first of the Plague War books, and not the last one. Which that was the one that really had the big retcon in terms of the timing, because that was meant to happen a couple of 100 years in the future, but then it's basically now happening during the Indomitus Crusade period. No, but it was the series that was meant to be the Horus Heresy storyline, the ongoing narrative that's I think 9 books in now of the Indomitus Crusade. So you would have thought that would talk more about the Primaris Marines, and I think there was, I guess it would have been called Indomitus because it was the launch. Actually, no, was it Indomitus? What was the?
Oh God, no, yeah, I know.
Because Cap 4 always does like the book that ties in with the box, but I don't know if it was actually. I'm trying to think if it was Indomitus or the one of Dark Imperium, but I guess it would have actually been Indomitus because that's the one that talks about, because that's when you get Inceptors and stuff like that. And that covers the idea of some of the Grey Shields, as well. Actually, I think does Dark Imperium talk about it as well.
I mean, acknowledging that all the books and all the media that they create to support the business that is Warhammer is advertising / marketing. I always feel like the tie-in books for the new editions are the most obvious piece of marketing, and I always value them less as a result. I'm always like, that Indominus book could be a really good story. I just immediately am like, no, because I've been burned a few times with it. Now, it's like there are a few times where I'm like, oh, they've released a book in support of a release. I'll try it. And I've done that a couple of times, and most of the time I've done it, I'm like, oh, this isn't very good.
Yes, they're quite straightforward stories, I think, and they're mostly there to sort of cover all the models.
Well, it's like bolter porn all the time as well, though, isn't it?
Because I remember, I think it maybe was the Indomitus one that was described in all the all Audible Black Library reviews as that, and then I listened to it and I was like, it wasn't as bad, it wasn't as bolter porny as I was expecting it to be. But then maybe that's just because I've never read a so-called bolter porn book before, so I didn't know quite how bad it would be.
Of the books you've read and listened to, what would you suggest was the most bolter porn book you've encountered in your time?
Probably the Dark Imperium one. Off the top of my head. Because here's the thing, I don't often read just Space Marine books, especially in the 40k setting. I've read a couple, or listened to be more accurate. I've listened to some of the short story compilations, and obviously I've listened to quite a few of the Horus Heresy ones. So I guess Horus Heresy can fall into that category sometimes.
Rarely, though.
Actually, no, wait, there is the ultimate one is, it was called, I'm going to actually have to look it up. It was I think it was like book 7, I want to say, of the Horus Heresy, to do with a big giant ship, and it was just one big long battle. Hold on,
really?
My library, because it should
That's
be.
one I've not. I don't think I've listened to that one specifically.
So. Not Fallen Angel. Battle for the Abyss. It's roundly described, I think, as the worst heresy book by a lot of people. So, and I think we've talked about it before when I first watched it. So, Battle for the Abyss talks about, weirdly, it gets referenced in a couple of the others. On one of the moons of I think Mars, no, outside of Jupiter, it's really far out. There's this top secret ship building facility, and out of it comes the biggest ship ever created for the world bearers. So word bearers. Always get this.
You did better than you normally do.
I know, word bearers. It's their biggest ship ever. Basically, the facility then gets blown up and destroyed by themselves to maintain the secrecy, so no one knows of this ship's existence. It is then heading to Kauf to form the betrayal of Kauf. And a couple of Space Marines are on this kind of waypoint station, and you've got the most space wolfy Space Marine ever, who's the biggest Viking ever that likes to drink and punch people, and then you've got the most Ultramarine, and so forth. You've got all the archetypes of all the different chapters, and you've got Thousand Suns there as well, who's the spacey racy librarian character, and they form a sort of hit squad, or almost like Death Watch style, or even the Grey Shields, where they all have to work together to try and stop this ship that destroyed one of theirs. And it's just the most non-stop action story ever, that has no bearing or consequences to any other story whatsoever. It is completely self-contained, which in a way is a bit of a disappointment. And it's just too much action, and I kind of, when I listen to action, I sort of mentally switch off, so I found it quite difficult to listen to. However, in my mind's eye, I could imagine this being one of the best, like, Space Marine movies ever. So I think visually it would be fantastic, and there was some some cool set pieces in there, because I think it had a World Eaters, like, loyalist guy on board the word bearers ship, having like a shootout / punch up with a word bearers Contemptor dreadnought, which seemed really cool. I think that was it.
I love how you just can't stop getting their name wrong, but it's fine. It's good. You keep calling them world bearers.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Word.
Drop the L. I know, it's confusing, but it was interesting, but it was just, the most boltery porn book I think I've ever come across.
Well, I skipped it. I for one, I struggle with bolter porn novels or books or ebooks or audio books. But, like, the one, I think probably the most bolter porny book I've encountered was probably The Devastation of Baal, which was a Guy Haley book. So I listened to it because Dante is a really, really good story, because it's the origin of Dante, right? It talks about his ascension, talks about the trials that he went through to become an aspirant and then to become a Space Marine. Talked about him, going across the desert plains of Baal and dealing with all of the awfulness, and the first time that he encounters, a chaplain / Space Marine and all the scariness. And it leads all the way through him starting out as a scout and then moving up to like a tactical Marine. And, it's all about his ascension. It's very, very personal story, very narrative driven around his experiences. Great book. The follow-up to it is Devastation of Baal, which starts really strong. There's a bunch of space fighting, which is actually quite compelling because the captain character is quite fun. There's lots of, like, interesting stuff about how Dante has summoned all of the different Blood Angel successors to come to Baal to defend it against the Tyranids. And again, there's a lot of, like, weirdness because some of the successor chapters have now been considered renegades and traitors because they've done stuff, but they've come back to defend Baal. So that's all really cool. But then basically the Tyranids show up and all that goes out the window, and you're just gifted with like, I don't know how many pages because I was listening to it, but it's like 2 hours of just, or like 3-4 hours of just endless. And then a Tyranid showed up and he shot him. And then a Tyranid showed up and he cut him. And then a Tyranid showed up and he stepped on his head while killing another one. And it just never ends. It's like there's a bit where like Gabriel Seth is just murking billions of gaunts while spinning around on the spot seemingly. And you're just like, all right, yeah, cool, I get it. Tyranids die easy, but there's lots of them. Great. That was a tough one, It, probably not as bad as the one you described, but of the ones I've listened to, probably that, and then maybe Hell's Reach was really good. I won't put Hell's Reach in that area. Hell's Reach was fun. You ever listened to Red Hell's Reach with Grimeldus?
No, not yet. I think it is on my list, or maybe I have downloaded it, and
there was a guy who took the audio book. The guy who did the
yes,
show.
So he did a black and white animation of it, which good. I've seen bits of.
It's good.
And then he did the Angels of Death animation for Warhammer Plus,
which I'll give another go at. Isn't Warhammer Plus coming around again? Isn't it?
Yeah, I think August, 1st of August is the start of the year. We normally do a retrospective.
I'm over it now.
I feel like my comments on it last year still stand. Basically, there's no animations on there, and that's what I want it for. We've had, I believe, in this whole year, since last August, we've had one animation, which, actually, maybe that's not true. Maybe there's two, because I think the Imperial Knight one came out, although I'm not 100% sure. And then there was one with
Hammer and Bolters, don't they?
No, there hasn't been one for ages. The last one I think that they did was...
Wasn't there one about that Dark Oath lady?
Yeah, so there was some with Dark Oath. That was the previous year, because I watched those when I was subscribed. Then there was a really fantastic one with what are they called? Not Cain and Abel. It's the two characters.
Yeah, the Sigmar guys. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and they gave that one. They put that one out for free a couple of weeks ago. So check it out on Warhammer Warcom, because that's up there for free, which is one of the best, honestly. That's a really fantastic one. And yeah, I don't think they've done any more since, because I always watch the preview articles where they talk about what's going in Warhammer Plus, and they haven't done anything. I think they did the Prior Nexus was the only one I hadn't seen, and that's been the Adepta Sororitas one, which features some Krieg in it as well, apparently. So I should actually watch it at some point. But yeah, they've done like 1 or 2 animations in an entire year. I feel like they're basically relying maybe on their, your lore masters and your painting guides and the battle reports. But I feel like mostly it's a sprinkling add-on now to the apps. The apps is the only reason why people will really subscribe, because I think, year one, it was all about animations, and that's what got people to stay signed up. Or it's because you just like a free model, because effectively your subscription covers the cost of the model, and that's what you get. Plus, you get to build more than one army list. And I guess that's actually quite timely, because we can talk about the Age of Sigmar apps being announced, and that is going down the same format. So now the number of armies that you can build is going to be locked to 1, same as 40k currently is. It's using the same sort of format, basically, where the indexes will be free, the codexes will be code locked, which it kind of is already, but you get access to the war scrolls and stuff like that, and also the free war scroll army builder that's on the Warcom is going away as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good elements that they've added to the 40k app. So is it nicest interface? Does it seem or look as if it will work as well for AOS? Maybe not. I mean, the 40k app now in 10th edition is much better than it was in 9th edition. 9th edition, they didn't deliver on their promises. They told us they were going to support Crusade. They made a lot of claims about being able to support other functionality that they didn't deliver. But, that's in the past now. Forget about it. Move on. It's 10th edition now, and there are better tools in it. It's better for referencing the battle mode where you can click
the command bunker.
The command bunker, very strong feature.
That's really good.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I like about it. I do feel like Games Workshop need to do a gaming aid that tracks your score and does all those elements. I think that's essential.
Yeah.
The fact that they haven't done that yet is quite astounding. But other than that, I would say that, Warhammer 40,000 app is fine now. Look, at the end of the day, is it the bestest app in the world ever? No, it's not Google Maps, right? That's just unfortunately true. Not that necessarily Google Maps is the bestest app ever, but it's certainly up there. I mean, I can't. What is the bestest app ever, according to you, Phil? What do you think? Where would you go with it?
I mean, Google Maps is pretty good. BBC Weather app, quite essential.
Your alarm.
The alarm. Spotify, pretty good.
Where you can listen to great
Audible.
podcast content. I hear Audible. Yes, lovely.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, lots. I remember when the 4K app first came out. I absolutely hated it. Hated the design. They have made genuine improvements though, which has been good. So, things like how they laid out the armies with the indexes next to it, and now they've kind of concatenated that down into folders is really good.
They've watered it down. Say that again.
Concatenated it down.
Ooh, Mr. Web Designer over there.
I mean, hopefully I've used the right words. So they've shortened it down basically, and they put things in folders, and it makes it a bit more sensible to navigate. The command bunker features, I think, is really good. I use that quite a lot, and I feel like that's the one thing that's really missing from the current AOS app, is that easy way to navigate all the sort of war scrolls to actually look at them, whereas you've got to do a lot of clicking in and out in the AOS one currently. But I do like a lot of AOS stuff. There's one bit of the new AOS app which I don't like, which is the way, you've got currently the nice circular dial for your stats, for your movement, your save and stuff. That's now, as in the current app, it's still that nice circle, but now it's just little dots along the screen. It's just a bit boring looking, but I guess that's the limitation of the new app style. But yeah, I'm not a fan of that personally, and I still hate where the ward save is going to be listed down in the keywords for whatever reason. I don't know why they decided to do that.
No, I agree with you. That is a bad choice. It's weird, isn't it, that at the same time where they have made it the spells and prayers are going to have very obvious big numeral values that are very evident. In the same design philosophy, they went, so spells will make it really obvious what you need to cast it on. Ward saves, don't worry about it.
Hide that literally at the bottom of a war scroll. That's a poor mistake.
You can't have it all, Phil, basically. That's what it comes down to.
No, I know. I was hoping that was just, an early draft for the indexes, and it was gonna, isn't the final version, which is what we saw with the 40k indexes, because the position of where the invulnerable save was different to the Forge World indexes, and that's because the Forge World one's obviously done later with the final design that we saw for the actual printed cards and stuff like that. One good thing that AOS is doing is they're getting Legends units in the app, which I think is fantastic.
It's sort of proves that do that in 40k.
Well, exactly. So it'd be interesting how they implement it. It'd be interesting if there's a toggle, or if they're just there in the army builder that you can just add, or are they on the sort of war scrolls but not available in the app builder? I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what they do with that. And it's like, if they can do it for them, why can't they do it for 40k? I suspect it's because the amount of Legends units is very minor for AOS. Obviously, noting that there's, the main ones are like, some of the Stormcast, the Beastmen, and the Bone Splitters, and then there's big monsters and other stuff. But ultimately, in comparison to what 40k has Legends, it's like a drop in the ocean. It's barely anything. So I would like to in 40k, because I feel like that's still my one big criticism of the app, but also of 10th edition in general.
Where are my Legends? Gosh darn it!
Not exactly. I would like to see
they're on Battlescribe, mate. That's where they are.
Well, exactly, and that's the thing. I think a lot of people will have to go over to that maybe if you do want to do Legends, and I think that's it. Pretty much the only reason why you go use Battlescribe is if I want to use some Legends units.
I still think Battlescribe is fantastic. I think it's genuinely a very cost-effective, very strong option. Again, the Warhammer 40,000 app is a little bit easier to navigate for referencing purposes. But beyond that, I think, again, if you're just building an army and you want that army, immediately accessible and all the rules, etc., I think Battlescribe's still pretty strong. I was just reviewing the artwork they've done for the War Scrolls for AOS 4 as well, and looking at it, there's such an obvious gap between the save and OC, as it were, because they don't call it bravery anymore, do they? It's something like contesting.
It is objective.
Control, that's what they call it, isn't it? Control, yeah. Yeah. But anyway, the point is that there's an obvious gap in the bottom right at at 5 o'clock, or maybe like 4:30. Where you're like, you could just put a circle in there with a number in it and gone, there you go, that's a ward save. Circle on top of a circle. I know it would look like a little bit of a blemish, a spotty face or something, but it would at least be more obvious, for the ward saves.
Yeah, I think so. I think they could have done something within the circle itself, or an extension to the save characteristic within that circle. They could have
added a bullseye, couldn't they? Could have put a bullseye in the middle for the ward save.
Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, it's interesting to see. Trying to go back to the original thing about the 40k balance data slate.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In a way, I'm still going to relate it to AOS, and I don't think I've mentioned this before, but part of me feels like, would they not have been better, basically, doing the balanced data slate several weeks after AOS had came out to try and get some AOS sales from disgruntled 40k players? Like, if you were being cynical, surely that's what you would have done. Whereas at the moment, everyone is probably quite happy with their armies and their new abilities and rules, that if they were tempted to, or were getting, a bit disgruntled with 40k and maybe going to look at AOS, it's like you've kind of just done yourself out of some sales there by
or they've gotten themselves many more sales, right? Like, I think, we're fans of many Games Workshop systems, and we've probably become bigger fans of AOS 3 than any of the other games out there in recent months. But, even I, as a fan of it, can acknowledge and understand 40k is just bigger in every meaningful metric, and I don't think there's any rational reason why Games Workshop should ever do something to damage that status, because at the end of the day, I don't think it's possible, at least in the short to medium term, for Age of Sigmar ever to become half of what 40k is, right? Like, I think
that's fair.
I think Age of Sigmar is probably 10 years off becoming, within a respectable delta of where 40k sits today. Noting that I feel like I'm really intrigued to see, because one of the differences between 40k and, say, Magic the Gathering, and we talked about this in the last episode, is that, Magic the Gathering fundamentally has been the same game forever. It's just they update cards and you're playing the same system, but they add new cards that shift the meta. Obviously, Games Workshop would love to try and do that by updating armies, but armies have got like play styles and ideas baked in, and it would just be too ridiculous to enter into a situation where the game is still the same game we've been playing for 30 years, but I could turn up with my 2nd edition Dark Elder Codex and go, well, not that there was a 2nd edition Dark Elder Codex, my 3rd edition Dark Elder Codex, and go, I'm going to play these today. And it's like, oh, wow, that would be crazy.
I sort of feel like the Magic the Gathering-esque game should have been Underworlds, and it never quite was, because they intrinsically tied a lot of the generic and universal cards to the warbands, which forced everyone, at least in the first early editions of the game, to collect every single warband to unlock all the cards for their deck building, rather than releasing them sort of as a separate thing. But I mean, I think they fixed that later on with, I want to say it was Rivals deck. They did a few different formats in a way that caused problems in and of itself, because you've got these different formats that people might be playing. I think there was meant to be like a casual version, which you could just play with anything. And then there was the competitive one where you had cards that were blacklisted out because they were too good. And then I think you had another one, which was you only play with a certain deck for that army. So the warband, I think, comes with a deck now, and that is like, I think maybe that's the Rivals format where you just play with that and nothing else. So it's like an instant play and go, which I really like the concept of. And I sort of feel like if that was what it was at the start, and they didn't give you a brand new core rulebook box set every year where they actually changed the core rules, the game would have actually been really popular. I think the thing that killed it for most people is every year, and especially during lockdown, those years came around really quickly. It's like, oh yeah, now to play this game, I've got to buy another core box set that's like 60 quid. It's got 2 more warbands in. It's got 2 more, or several more boards in. And you've fundamentally changed the core rules because you want to add in a new annual gimmick. And it's like, no, just let me buy the warbands I want and still play with those original rules that I had to begin with, and not have these fancy add-ons or make me feel like I've got to buy another core box set to play with the new rules and the new models. But yeah, that was very Magic the Gathering-esque, and I felt like they could have had that with that game.
Yeah, and I think, my point was really, though, I suppose, was that, we play across a bunch of systems. Third's been really fun, really loving that. But even with that consideration, 40k is huge. And although, they need to... I absolutely understand where you're coming from and why you would suggest something like that. But I think at the end of the day, they need to shore up 40k. They need it to be in a better place. They need...
I get that. If there's a downward turn in 40k, they need to fix it ASAP and 100%. Not go, well, let's see if we can win some people over to AOS or not. And, that's understandable. I was thinking more of as a cynical marketer. That's what people would do.
I think, again, you would be you're just mortgaging your future in that instance, which admittedly most businesses are, right? Like most people are chasing short-term gains, and is one of the fatal flaws of a lot of places, right? Is that they're always just looking at how do we make money today? Tomorrow's version of us can worry about how we're going to do it again tomorrow. But regardless, I think, 40k needed this. It needed this update. It needed to be in this situation. They needed to satisfy and to, ultimately make their core audience happy. And that's sort of what they've done now. I feel like people are very engaged with the game at the moment and quite excited about the new season.
Yes.
Which is really great. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, because you just made me remind myself of one of the things that we talked about in the last episode that I've now found the answer to. So we were talking about why was there this big song and dance about battle line units, because it didn't really feel like there was much of an emphasis in it. And we were like, oh, there's like one twist. Not one twist, one secret mission for winning the game that involved it, but didn't really seem like there was anything else. It turns out that there's, I think 5 of the primary missions don't use them, and the other 5, so 50-50, actually do specifically use battle line units. So there is like a heavy emphasis on it, and I just think, well, not heavy, 50-50 split. But I feel like potentially just from the games that we've played, just they didn't come up because it was all randomized and we didn't look through the deck. And I had to listen to someone do an overview about the deck to because I was like, what have I missed? And that was it. And interestingly, the mission we had played between ourselves where we're like, there's no cap on scoring, this is mad. That was apparently the one mission where that is the case. And that's not the case in literally every other mission. So we played like the one weirdly skewed primary mission, where it was a lot different from all the others. So it'll be interesting to draw. Well, exactly. So yeah, maybe that potentially tarnished or skewed our perspectives in. I
had played 3 games of it still. I mean, at the time of recording this, I've still only played 3 games of it. Last night down to the club, I helped and, gave rules advice to some of the lads playing games and watched a bunch of games. But yeah, I didn't play any myself. This Friday, I'm going to be going down to the pool to play a bunch of back-to-back games with the guys from 40k Brawl, which I'm really excited about. So that will be a fun afternoon of...
Is that like an event, or is it just casual games?
No, casual games with friends. You're welcome to join us, Phil, if you want to get some practice in.
I mean, I'll give it a think. I probably just need to prioritise building my custodians.
Nothing stops the train, Phil. Nothing stops the train.
Exactly. Not even a fun day of gaming. I think I'll try and get some practice games in towards the end of September, just before the event. Once hopefully it's all painted up and ready to go.
I mean, going back to that tier list as well, though, right? One of the things that's really interesting to see from the Art of War guys is that they've now put Craftworld Elder in B tier. So they are now saying that obviously they have tweaked and changed them enough that the original boogeyman of the game is now very firmly in the B tier, which is true now of all of the day one boogeymen. So Elder, Custodes, and Knights now all sit in that kind of B tier status, at least according to Arts of War. And to be fair to Art of War, they are pretty good at understanding the competitive meta. So, yeah, credit where credit's due.
What's interesting with that, because it sounded like you said everything is A and B with one thing in S, and then there's 2 things that are in the junk tier.
Yeah.
And it's like, how is that possible? Because in a way, it's implying, the phrase of if everyone has superpowers, no one does, because that's just the new baseline of normal.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it saying that they're in A and B because they're all really competitive and they all have builds that can win?
Mm-hmm.
But then surely everything should be in the C tier, if that's the case. They should all be just good. If they're all at a 50% win rate, they're all just good. They're all okay. They're all average. Well, they're not actually super special. But it depends on their categorization for grading. If we think this army's got some really good list choices, lots of options, has potential to win, in theory, every army should have that. And that should just be the baseline of normal. But for them, that might be an A or B tier.
Yeah, I think the thing is with it is, right, is and this was kind of the crux of, and you summarize it perfectly with that statement of if everyone's special, no one's special, right? And I feel like, to me, that's one of the things that I worry about is is the pursuit of this level of balance sanitizing the game in a way that makes it less compelling? Because as much as obviously, and again, for full context, I win a lot of games, right? I'm going to throw it out there and be a real arrogant person about it. I win more than I lose, right? That's
not your last game with me, though, Dan.
Right, that's true. That's true. But here's the thing, Phil. When I was losing to you, Did I all of a sudden become incredibly salty? Did I get very difficult? Was I angry about it? I don't think I was. I mean, it might have been. Maybe this is you're going to counteract my statement. But I think that's the thing. I'm at a point now where winning and losing doesn't matter to me as much as just hanging out and playing games and having fun. You know, I went to, in fact, actually, funny story, all 3 of the Pariah Nexus games I've played, I've lost. All 3 of them. So, you know, as much as I want to talk about being old, I win a lot. I mean, I win a lot in Age of Sigmar. I've got a pretty long undefeated streak.
Like, I think 8th edition was a similar thing for you where you did really badly and you were just like, I can't get my head around it. Like, I don't get this game. And I don't think you particularly enjoyed it for that reason. I mean, I don't know. But I definitely you struggled with the mission format.
Well, no, not the missions format in 8th. The missions were fine because they were the same as what they were in 7th. That my struggle was I played what was essentially the evolution through to 7th edition for 20 odd years. I started playing in 97 when 3rd edition first came out. In fact, I started playing in 95, I think, was when I started getting into 40k. But I'd played 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and not just a little bit, extensively. So I knew that its system super intimately. I was so in it. So when 8th came along, I really struggled at first. But over time, I became a massive advocate for it and really enjoyed it. It had its problems, but some of the stuff it did well. I mean, I still feel like the psychic phase is really good. I just think they needed to figure out a way of making elite units more impactful. But anyway, we digress. The thing I find with like current 40k and all this other stuff is I'm coming at it from a very different place now because I'm not trying to win, or rather, if I'm not trying to win, I'm not worried if I win or lose. But I'm all about the moments, the stories, the interesting things that happen on the tabletop. And my worry always is with 40k, and one of the things that I struggle with it at the moment, and I think this is indicative of it, is the fact that 40k now is a game where you very, 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 very closely trade ever-increasing numbers until the end where you go, so what's the final tally? And then you go, oh, I got 89. And your opponent goes, oh, I got 91. Cool, you win. You know what I mean? It's like it all comes down to small margins. And again, very few memorable moments or big Hail Marys. Like, they do happen. Sometimes you make that 11-inch charge. Sometimes things happen in a sequence. You draw the right cards, blah, 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 right? That can happen. I acknowledge that. But I think this is the thing. Like, I'm still going to always lean towards games where I'm having a good time and having fun, where mad things are happening and it's very memorable. Memorable games are more important to me than balanced games. And that is obviously forged by the people you meet, the opponents you play against, the places you're at, where you are yourself in the time in your life, etc. But I just think that's the thing. Like, when I look at this and I go, oh, everyone's really close to each other, is that a good thing? And I think a lot of people argue that it is. And I think I also will argue that it is. But I'm also conscious of the fact that I'm like, as you said, Phil, if everyone's special, then what's special about it, you know? And in a way, I don't know, is the pursuit of balance worth the cost, I suppose? I don't know. It probably is, but I'm not sure.
I think overall having balanced armies is the right decision to make. Mm. But I think what you need is, it's still meant to be asymmetric gameplay where armies have different abilities, armies win in different ways. If every army, it's the one rule I always complain about is the free strat, or that is now the -1 strat, that every kind of captain or equivalent captain has that across every single army. So it makes that mechanic not very thematic at all. It's just functional.
Mm. Yeah. That's
so
a fair thing to complain about.
Yeah. So I think having different flavors and styles is the right way. I mean, I think I mentioned it ages ago. I don't necessarily mind having imbalance in the armies, much like in Blood Bowl, but they make that a deliberate choice. They go, cool, you want to play Gene Stealer Cult? This is playing on hard mode because it's a real finesse army. It's a much more complicated to play. Oh, you're a new player? Play Space Marines because it's a nice, easy to play. And I think they actually do have that because I think GSE is much more probably difficult to play army, and Space Marines is a pick up and play sort of more straightforward from an army point of view. But they're not in terms of balance. Like, playing halflings in Blood Bowl is a much, much, much harder game, but more rewarding, I would say, than playing, elves or hardlings. Yes, that's what they are, hardlings. Exactly. It's a much harder game with those guys, or goblins, but more fun for a lot of people versus, your dwarves or your elves, which are considered a lot better. But everyone knows that. So it's like, cool, you want to go to a tournament and you want to win. You play with the A-tier teams, but if you want to give yourself a challenge, you want to handicap yourself, or you just want to have a laugh with friends, you can play in the Stunty Cup, or with those smaller guys, and give yourself a bit more of a challenge. And that, one potential way of balancing the game in 40k is to sort of do that kind of tier listing officially for 40k armies. I don't think they ever will, because those in the lower down tiers will feel bad, and it's whereas with Blood Bowl, it feels like that's always been the way. It's like those teams were designed to be difficult to win with from the offset. So when you were buying it, you knew it was going to be a challenge. Whereas you can't sort of retrospectively apply that to someone's army that they've been building for years and years.
No, that's true. That's true. I am intrigued by Elder, though, at the moment. Like, I've been mucking around with some Elder lists again, sort of noting that I've got an abundance of Elder miniatures ready to go. But yeah, with an emphasis on battle line, I can understand why they might underperform versus some other armies now, because Guardians definitely are not the most kind of like robust unit you can gain access to in Elder. And if you do need to bring a couple units of Guardians, or maybe even 3 units of Guardians or 2 units of Guardians, and maybe one of the Corsair units, just to kind of give yourself some battle line opportunities, then yeah, I can kind of see where the Elder maybe start to struggle a bit more. Because I think a unit of Guardian Defenders right now come in at like 100 points flat. And, you can add some interesting characters to them, though. Every squad can get a Warlock. And in addition to the Warlock, you can add either a Farseer or an Autarch. So I was looking at it thinking, oh, yeah, that's cool, because I get the squad, and I get the Warlock, and then I get the Autarch or the Farseer, and that's quite a cool thing. And then you're like, oh, but then I really want to take like the Wave Serpent, because I need to give him the extra survivability. And before you know it, that unit of Guardians is like 400 points. And you're like, oh dear, this is quite a taxing unit all of a sudden, Or maybe not 400 points. I think it's 100 for the Guardians, about 50 for the Warlocks, let's say 150 there, 80-ish for either the Farseer, yeah, so 230. Yeah, no, okay, fair. Getting on for it, it's like 350 points for a squad of Guardians, which I completely understand why people would look at and go, just doesn't feel like a good investment, But you need the Wave Serpent because you need the survivability, the mobility, the overall kind of usefulness of the Wave Serpent. And you probably want the utility of putting in the characters as well, just so as they've got, a little bit more of a punch to them, if nothing else. So, yeah, with all that being equal, yeah, I mean, it's interesting looking at it and thinking about it and considering what to do with it. I do really find, and I don't know how you feel about this, obviously you've been working on your... And it's funny, actually, because I know we talked about this before, and one of our comments was, oh, do you need, like, rules to kind of dictate theming? Can't you come up with it on your own? And it's weird, because, again, I've said it a lot already, list building at the moment. So when I start, like, building an Elder army, I think to myself, like, oh, how would I build this and what would I lean into? And then I start thinking about themes and I start exploring it. but I don't know. It just doesn't quite fire on the same. It doesn't quite spark the same yet for me. Still, I still find list building is very different. But I think maybe it's just because the game is just quite different, and maybe I need to spend some more time researching what is optimal and how best to kind of build lists, as it were. Because at the moment, I always find, I don't know, it's like, I always find that when I sit there with the Warhammer app and I think, right, I'm going to write a list, I always feel like I'm looking at like a blank sheet of paper, but like for some reason, unlike in older editions where the grey matter starts sparking, and before you know it, I'm coming up with all these fun concepts and figuring out how I'm layering stuff and where those benefits are going to come, and, you know, solving the puzzle with 10th. I just sort of find that I'm like, oh, just put any old stuff in and whatever.
Yeah, it probably suffers from the same problem as Netflix versus your your television or your blockbusters of old. Basically, it's too much choice. You can do anything however you want, and that in a way gives you like paralysis, because actually giving yourself a narrow focus helps create and spark those ideas. So before, you'll be like, okay, I'm going to be an elder player. So, okay, what sub-faction are you going to have? You're like, oh, I'm going to be Ulthway. And what does Ulthway do? Or what does Sam Hand do? Sam Hand is the jet bike one, right? Mm-hmm. So you immediately go, cool, I'm Sam Hand because that's how I painted my models, or because, you know, I just want to run them as Sam Hand, even if they're not painted that way. You're like, cool, that leans into jet bike. So it's like, cool, I immediately have an idea of how I might want to theme that army. And then I guess in 9th, you would be like, okay, cool, well, I'm going to take, is it like a Vanguard detachment, which gives me access to, whichever one gave you access to the fast troops. Sorry, the fast attack units. Because
Outrider.
Is it Outrider? Yeah. So immediately you've got your army, your subfaction, your initial detachment that you want. And then that narrows down your list of units that you can take. And then, cool, you're going to go, all right, I'm going to take some bikes. I'm going to take some, you know, maybe some grav units, like some flyers or something. And then you just build it from there. And then you'd be like, okay, cool, what troops would sort of complement this army? Maybe, okay, or maybe I don't need to, because I'm just going to go for this, 1 or 2 outrider detachments and go for like a very like fast lightning attack. Strike force, hit and run style, and that's how you build your army. And those kind of restrictions are being created from that limitation. Whereas it's like you could have done that in 10th, but you sort of need to know those concepts from the very beginning. You need to understand that, you know, I guess in a way it's quite limiting with the indexes because you've only got one detachment type. So it's like if you want to do Beltane at the moment, you can't really, because the archetype's not there in the detachment because it doesn't. They don't have a codex yet. So you're struggling with that kind of one detachment element. So in a way, I think quite often, much like we're talking about with the guard stuff, it's like you can take loads of infantry with las cannons, like as heavy weapon teams, but you are knowingly handicapping yourself because it doesn't play into the special rule that a detachment has or that the army might have. And that's the sort of the downside with these kind of free for all things is, especially when you've only got one detachment choice. Maybe that's one of the reasons anyway.
No, I think you're spot on there, mate. I think it's an interesting thing because I suppose that's it, isn't it? It's like, even with AOS right now, when I build lists in AOS, I've got not very many things to choose from in terms of like if I'm doing Iron Jaws, but there is a lot of customization within the units and you can build around certain ideas and also your sub-factions really lead it. You know, it's like if I'm going to do to choppers, I'm going to lean into brutes and hard boys. If I'm going to do, I forget the name of the other one, but the one that leans into boar boys or rather gore grunters, I'm going to do that. You know, you build in certain kind of ways and prioritize certain types of things in a sort of interesting fashion, which is cool. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, I mean, obviously with Marines and other armies with codexes now, they give you the detachment, so you do lean into certain other archetypes as well and emphasize those things. So there is that still. Maybe I'm just missing that for the Elder. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need them to just give me the codex, and then I'll be like, right, cool, now I can flex, being an Elder person again and get excited about that,
Yeah. No, I think so. And I think it'll be interesting when each codex comes out and they get unlock more play styles. I think we talked about it a bit when the I'm sure we talked about it when the Balanced Data came out, or when they did the update. Actually, it was a bit earlier, so it wasn't at the chapter approved sort of stage, because that was actually only a couple of weeks ago. But the last update prior to that, where for Drakari they gave them a second detachment, and I would have loved it if this year, as part of that kind of balanced data slate, they go, cool, all the armies that don't have a codex yet, here's an extra detachment just to play around with a different archetype. I think that would have been really good and really useful, but I guess that would potentially make it a bit more difficult to balance those armies in the intervening time before their codex comes out, and they'd rather not have to deal with that and wait till the codex is out and then balance the army as a whole. So I can sort of understand that reasons, and it's more work for them, right? So why would they? But I think it would be helpful for, as you say, people that are stuck in a particular play style that they might not really want to be playing. And I guess that's why ultimately those initial detachments are kind of really generic, right? So they're meant to be the everyman of the army.
Yeah, totally right, mate. I think it's an interesting time on that front. But one last thing, I reckon, and then we can probably wrap up this, what feels like quite an outro segment now. I think we deviated enough that it became outro-esque, so I think we'll probably stick to
sensible
to putting it there. They're re-releasing another Death Korps of Krieg book, aren't they? They're doing the A Dead Man Walking. You seen this? Have you heard about this?
Yes, yeah. I looked at the article today, kind of coinciding with the Siege of Rax novel that came out recently. I've heard mixed reviews from people that have actually read / listened to it.
Was Siege of Rax not
sort of
a re-release? Was it not a re-release?
No. So Siege of Rax was a new novel by is it Stephen Lyons?
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, the Dead Man Walking is a re-release. I hope it's now on Audible as well, because that one never was for years. So I hope it is. I think the new one is. So it'd be good to check it out. So Siege of Rax follows the events of the Siege of Rax from the old Black Imperial Armor books. I think they change a few things here and there. Yeah, it'd be interesting to have a listen to it and see what they've done to them.
So you're just going to wait for it to come onto Audible. You're not going to be queuing up and fighting against the scalpers to get your hands on the original.
No, I mean the book looks nice. The limited edition stuff looks very cool. I got Dead Man Walking last time they did a re-release of it, which I think was maybe a year ago or thereabouts, or a couple of years ago. I've only read like 20 pages of it. I didn't even get to see any Krieg. It was following some people in a hive world at the current bit, and it seemed interesting, but I just didn't get around to finishing it off. I'm not a huge reader of books, and when I am, I'm reading all the codexes for you guys, because that's my main reading time is reviewing codexes.
Fair. All right, cool. Well, I reckon that'll do, mate. Lovely time. Thank you very much for listening, everyone. That's been episode 184. We hope you enjoyed it. We certainly did, although we've only just recorded the outro at the time of recording, so we don't know for sure, but I imagine we'll enjoy it. And to prove it, now we'll say goodbye. Right, Phil?
Bye-bye.
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 Bye.
Bye.
I wanna live outside of all of this. wanna live outside of all of this.
Keep calling them back. I can't stand this attack. This neuron buzz is on another level. I'm on thin ice, I'm dancing with the devil.
Can't sleep with the noise in this house, but you can't beat the alert of this night. I can't sleep with the noise in this house. Why won't they pipe down? I wanna live outside of all of this. I wanna live outside of all of this. I wanna live outside of all of this. I wanna live.
I keep training, keep taming, keep training the horse. It's wild, it's feral, and it's running its course. Patiently, madness wasting line in the reception room of my mind,
waiting for the door to be left unattended and open for an unwanted guest. And it's so busy I'd be surprised if I even notice. I wanna live outside of all of this. I wanna live outside of all of this. I wanna live outside of all of this. I wanna live. Of all of this. Fallen down a staircase and broken my bones.
Better figure it out now. You better figure it out now. The pressure's on. You better figure it out now. You better figure it out now. The pressure's on. Can't quite believe the time has gone flying by. You used to tell me that everything will be fine. I appreciate your belief, but I'm not sure you're right. You better figure it out now. figure it out now, the pressure's on. You better figure it out now. You better figure it out now, the pressure's on. And this isn't what I planned. I wish you could understand. I throw myself into the day, but I just seem to ricochet. And this isn't what I planned. I wish you could understand. I throw myself into the day, but I just seem to ricochet. I don't know if you can tell, but it's started raining quite heavily here. But luckily we're protected. You better figure it out now. You better figure it out now. The pressure's on. You better figure it out now. You better figure it out now. The pressure's on.